Asuandria and Isadora to have some sort of a peace treaty between the two of them and recompense or make up to each other, I guess. However, it was revealed that this meeting had ulterior motives, as Adorni is only impersonating being a doppelganger. When the party met with Adorni, as originally described by Asuandria, there were additional Risen members there to escort her safely. Isadora decided not to come. On the walk towards the Risen member school, Adorni had a conversation with Asuandria, apologizing to her about the things that were to come, and that Adorni's primary directive in life is to bring Asuandria to this lady, and it is everything that consumes her thought, mind, and body. And she feels that once she completes it, she can grow to become something more. With that, Adorni delivered Asuandria to the meeting. When you guys were there, you met a new woman by the name of Sakurai. Sakurai had a conversation with you guys back and forth. Your own individual notes are everything of value you guys got from that conversation. Things that I will briefly skim that are on the top of my head. It's kind of hard for me to read my notes without spoiling stuff. Sakurai was a member of the Daughter of Gendoi, the Daughters of Gendoi. They needed either Asuandria's soul or Asuandria's body, and that a final decision in the upper ranks of the daughters has been made. Asuandria was not supposed to be in the Will Nagai, at least not this early, and the leadership didn't know what to do with her being here, and they have decided to capture her. With that, Sakurai used a magic jar spell that was already casted by someone else, and one of her associates took over Asuandria's body, placing Asuandria's soul inside of the sapphire in a amulet. To show the good faith of the Daughters of Gendoi, they said once they were allowed to leave with Asuandria's body, they would give the party Asuandria's soul, and to wait on dispelling it, as doing so early could kill Asuandria. With that, the daughters departed, one of them piloting Asuandria's body. They tossed the necklace onto the table that had the soul, and the party headed back to the university. Before they left from the university, though, they went into the hallway and they found a array of bodies. The people at this school were posing to be Risen members for the Daughters of Gendoi, and they had orders to kill the doppelganger, or not kill, destroy the doppelganger once its purpose was fulfilled. Adorni did not want to be destroyed and fought them off, killing the three imposters, or at least vitally maiming them. They were all rolling death saving throws on the ground. The party was gracious enough to save them, and once these mercenaries all got up, they went back to their task of trying to find and dispatch the doppelganger. They left, and the party left and ran into a contact of the Risen members of Insight, who are the secret investigators on behalf of the Sky Queen, a woman by the name of Vaith, who was sent by Anundra to help the party out. The party informed Anundra, or not Anundra, Vaith, that the Crystal Tigers, those three mercenaries, were Daughters of Gendoi, and they were after the doppelganger, Adorni, that Anundra has been tracking. With that, they cursed and quickly followed them, and the party headed back to the university. They let Reyna know that Oswandria's soul had been taken, and Reyna immediately teleported into the country with Mechalor to try and find a magical solution to the issue. Heading back to the university, the party also then ran into Mon to tell him that Oswandria couldn't attend the dinner tonight, to which Mon said that he needed somebody to, and the party agreed to go in her stead. Mon informed the party that the trial of wit involves pissing off some important people in Alonagai in a way that doesn't result in violence or death, to get them to leave a very fancy party going on tonight. These important people want access to dangerous information, and Mon is intent on not letting them have it. He would do something more, but unfortunately, Esches is a god of fortune, encompassing both fortune and misfortune. Some days he is a very powerful deity who can alter fate. Other days, all he brings is misfortune, devaluing everything he touches. That said, today is one of his days of misfortune, unfortunately, misfortunately, and he is powerless to wield his abilities as a Meandeth in this event. The party agreed to help him. I think you guys got into a little bit of a verbal spat with Anston, and he agreed to help you guys on the agreement that when Oswandria is restored, that she would take over his babysitting duties, and she would keep Esches company at least one day a week, as Esches is a trickster and does spend a good amount of his time just playing pranks on Anston. Poor Anston. With that, I think... Oh, you guys headed back to Reyna. Reyna was crying in her room. She could not find a solution to the necklace. If she dispelled it, Oswandria dies. If she could somehow make the necklace non-magical, she could true polymorph the necklace into a version of Oswandria in which it would be sentient and be able to act and speak as though it were Oswandria. Perplexed by this puzzle, the party conversed back and forth with her and said maybe if Esches could touch it, he might be able to, his ability to touch and devalue things might drain the object of its magic while leaving Oswandria's soul unharmed. The party told Reyna, and she said it's worth a try, and she is going to find Esches. I'm pretty sure the last couple questions she asked was where can she find him and what was he last doing, and the party pointed her in that direction. We are going to pick up on the late afternoon, going into the evening of what is this, 38th of Noble. You all are in the Heroes Tower. Why do I start sessions without my notes? You all are in the Heroes Tower in Alonagai in the city of Sky's Reach. The halls are, I'm gonna say the halls are kind of empty right now, as most of the A-team is out fighting in Undar. Effie is nocturnal. Oswandria is not here. The Risen member is not here. There would be a few Kalkin members who probably guard this place. They're distant echoes of their footsteps echoing through the halls of the tower. What do you all want to do?
I was gonna ask, what about the B team?
The B team?
I was making a joke.
The B team refuses to meet with Gilo and Rona. One of them
This
is
is a-
happily retired to the countryside of Ilderon. The other one is spending time with his in-laws.
Yeah.
Aren't half of them dead?
The rest are dead.
No. Vonvi's, I think, still alive.
You can't kill Dralos. That man's
No.
immortal.
All right. What would you all like to do?
So that party we have to go to is the GM. This is the party is tonight, right?
Yeah, it would be soon. It's a
matter of hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So-
not sundown, but it's definitely it's a dinner and a movie, essentially.
Okay. So, I'll look to the party and say, so we have to get ready for this party. Get dressed, I guess, for this type of situation. I have no idea what Elegy like, formal wear for this would be, other than literally just a strip of cloth and calling it a piece of clothing.
No, that's about right.
What?
Alright.
I'm pretty sure Alona and Sheik, you tie a book around to make sure that you didn't show your naughty bits and make sure that.
Would it be a perception check?
What are you trying to perceive?
What would be considered proper attire?
I will allow it as a history or an insight check.
You know what, I'll
Insight
do
into
a-
Ilonagian culture, history because you live in Ilona
Yeah.
and you can recall.
I'll do a history.
Let's see. Let's go ahead and scroll all the way down here. 21. Sergey killing these history checks.
I know.
You shouldn't have been an investigator. You should have been a historian.
No.
I bet Sergey's parents want him to change careers. I kid.
It's just like, why do you have
That's
such
my
a dangerous job? You could have such a simple life. It
Oh
pays
God, you
well.
sound like my mother. Fuck
Sergey,
her off.
yeah, you're going to be aware. Stradora is fairly correct. You guys, Alona Guy is on the equator of the world, at least how the sun passes over Ilderon, and it is summer year round here essentially. Most people have either two modes of dressing. They either dress completely covered in loose fabric to protect themselves from the sun, or they cover as little as possible to allow for to protect themselves from the heat and humidity. And this like Ilonagian fashion, a lot of it is like intricately like one strip of cloth intricately like folded and woven around. If you were to think of, I'm trying to think of the word. It starts with a P from Greece. I think they're
A toga?
no, not
No, that's a
No
T.
toga.
well, toga, but there's a statue. You can Google search it right now. It's a famous statue. It's a caryatid, and it's just one strip of cloth folded around. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. But yeah, essentially, the way the Ilonagian fashion is going to work is, God, I just wish I could remember the name of this dress. But it's going to be that strip of cloth, and colors are very important. Accessories are very important. The ties that keep it on are very important.
Is
I'm
it
gonna stare-
Pelpos? You said a P, right?
Yep,
Pel-
that's it.
Okay.
Oh,
How do you spell
Pelpos. P-E-P-L-O-S.
that? P-E-P-L-O-S. It was on the tip of my tongue.
Peplos, something like that, yeah.
There we go. I'm gonna put a picture of this inside of your guys' chat.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
See, I would almost consider that be like a toga.
But it's not a toga.
I know.
Your face is
If
a
you
toga.
if you look up
Ooh.
toga, you'll get the My Hero character instead.
is
Did.
that a thing, or is that a just
No,
you?
no,
actually,
I don't.
I just Google searched it. Yep. She has taken over. All right. But anyways, does that answer your question, Matt?
Yep.
Okay. Man, words
Oh my
escape
God.
me tonight. I'm gonna try and word better for the rest of the session.
Can't make that promise.
I have the best words, greatest words.
Okay, so Virginia fashion is basically, thankfully, not just a little string and calling it fashion. It's
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
too high
people
fashion.
do all kinds of things with this.
I know
Yeah,
that's-
I mean, look at Anderson, for example.
Is it-
Forever ago, I
what?
put some wedding dresses in your guys' chat for Lumilia and Talia. Those are high Illuminagian fashion. But it was like forever.
Months ago, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I really feel like it should be stated that, like, pictures aside, like, they're also not exactly against sheer material. So it's like, oh yes, I have fabric on 85% of my body. Yeah, well, I can still see 96% of it. Illuminagians are fascinating creatures.
Yeah, says the Illuminagian.
Yeah, I would know.
Like the most elegant of creatures, the Illuminagian.
The Illuminagian currently in
aren't you Illuminagian?
plate armor.
Like-
They live in a tropical place. I mean, I guess. All right.
Oh, here we go. I found the image from your guys' chat. I just searched it and I just put it in there. See, this is one of the things. For anybody watching the stream, if you join the Discord, when words fail me, you can get the little extra bits behind the scenes.
All right. So back to in character.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna be able to get something like that for Shadora. Like, I guess whatever they consider to be good to wear for these things.
I mean, we
Within
could
a few
purchase.
What makes you think that?
Like me or him.
Well, for either you. Like, there's probably a fancy store here for commoners.
Do you think we'd have the money for that?
You can. Maybe. Chidora will.
You know what? We're talking about this without even involving her. Shadora, what do you think?
I like this, like, nah, we're gonna make all the decisions for Sidora.
I think that we need to start asking around if we want to actually figure out if we have, the money or the means to even get me into a nice dress.
Oh,
Okay.
I mean, is that what we're talking about? Like, just,
Yes.
Yeah?
Taylor's son? I made the...
Can
Yes,
you
but
make a dress in 2 hours?
Well, no, but I'm sure, like, I've already done a little research
Yeah.
before in my free time about other, like, basically other clothes shops.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you remember, Talia literally took his shirt within the first 30 minutes of you guys being in Sky's Reach. And his first thing when he got to the university was go out to buy another.
Cool. So, yeah.
Yeah, so, like, I think it was, like, somewhere on the university grounds.
All right.
It was
Anderson?
close in the region, but it was inside the city walls.
All right, Anderson. Showtime. It's all on you now. No pressure.
Woo! My backstory comes into play!
Roll me a survival check for navigating the city. No, I'm kidding. Let me look up something. You know what? Actually, I am gonna have you roll me an investigation check, Anderson. I'll allow it as an investigation or an insight out of the options you did find of just how fine of a place
Can I do perception?
Perception. Justify why you'd be able to do perception. If you can
Because
justify
I'm
it, I'll
looking.
allow it.
Because I'm looking for the store that I knew I saw that was around this area, and it has a +6 instead of a -1.
See, I mean, to me, that sounds like navigating, so I feel like I'd go back to survival on that. You know what? I like you. I'll allow it. You're keeping your eye out for fine
You know,
clothes.
we're looking around. I'm being
You-
perceptive of
If
my
you
location.
do it like this, though, I will put the qualifier on. You might not find one of the places you went to before. You could find someplace better, or something else catches your eye.
Let's see what we see.
Hey! we see what we see. Okay. If you guys want me to roleplay this, I can, but otherwise I will just let you guys go from the player's handbook. And what I will do is how dazzling Stradora is. Rob Anderson's going to find a pretty nice place for you. You'll be able to...
Yeah, I can help her out too. Just like
You're going to be able to get a set of fine clothes, as listed from the player's handbook. Go ahead and roll me 3 D100s, and you can add 20 to each result. The lower the D100s, the less breathtaking the dresses are. The higher, the more astonishing.
So essentially, I have a low end of 63. That's the worst I can. That's the least dazzling I can be.
Yeah, go for it. No, it's
So-
three D100s. And each is an individually different dress.
Oh, okay.
Or do you want me to roll them for you?
No, that's fine. I just misunderstood. The 3D100s?
Yes. Big rolls, big rolls, big rolls. 69 plus 20.
Nice!
So I'm going to modify each of these dresses' price by
About the
2d4.
children.
dude, I know. Do I know how to pick them, or do I know how to pick them?
All right.
I guess. I mean, you really blew your load on the first one.
The first dress is incredibly nice, coming in at an 89%. I will let you envision it however you think really works with Stradora's form and her colors and what she prefers. The other two dresses, pretty well tailored, and are like when people see them, they will nod in approval. The prices for these are going to be 20 gold, 17 gold, and the final one is going to be 19 gold.
I expected more zeros. I
You
don't
know,
why.
Well, I mean, 20 gold for a dress when most commoners make like 10 silver a day.
Look, I understand that I have Alonagian privilege, but
we're rich kids.
You are the
Again,
noblest.
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't refer to it as white privilege. I am not white.
A
That's true.
skilled hireling makes 2 gold per day.
We are the kids of the 1%.
We're the kids of America. Whoa. Well, okay, yeah. I mean, given the fact that the price differential between all of those is like 1 gold apiece, I'm definitely going for the pretty dress. I want to be pretty.
Okay.
You know, for
what?
your demon girlfriend.
I'm gonna
She can
roll
totally see you that necklace, right?
a percentage die. On, I would say
But-
it is a 45% chance that they tailor.
Look, for my commoner blood, that's rich.
So 1 through 45, they also have things for other party members here, and above 45 they do not. 23. I will allow anybody else they want to roll 2 D100s and take their pick if they want to get fine clothes.
You know what? Should
Yeah. Anderson's coming along.
You know what?
I'm gonna look for something.
I have
It
fine
wouldn't-
clothes, but not fine clothes for here. So yeah.
Okay, you
I'm
have the same option. Instead of 3, you can roll 2 for Kenneth and add 20 to each result. And
And I
Pick
do
the
the
one.
same as well. I'm just Claw's just gonna look.
Yeah.
if you're similar in size, I'll allow you to take other people's clothes.
Well, I don't know. How tall are you?
I don't think
tall am
Anderson
I?
can take anyone else's clothes.
I'm 6.3. So I have to roll
Could
my.
I get this, but with
How
my...
many do I roll?
Actually, I'm 6'3" too.
I'm 5'10", so
Oh,
sorry,
Brandon, what do I
5'11".
roll again for clothes?
2d100s. All right, so
Like-
Kenneth, you're able to find a really, really nice piece of Elonigian fashion. Open robes, however you want to envision them for Kenneth. Definitely shows off that Zac Efron chest, Zac Efron abs.
God, apparently there's not any tall people here.
I'm 6'3".
I want to go through my inventory. Do I still have what I wore
To
at?
save myself time, I'm going to alter all of your guys' 1d4 for the first one and 1d4 for the second one. Your first option is 19 gold. Your second option is 18 gold.
That's a steal.
It's a steal for me as well. You know what? That's because
Like for me, that's like, oh god, that's expensive.
You guys got like the nice stuff. Like the only thing they have in my
All right.
size is like plaid. It's like, oh god, I look like my father.
So, E, are you gonna roll for claw? Because Mango finds a nice bow tie, but I get.
I just imagine Mango like, pulling on it and adjusting it with the wings. Yeah.
I'll go for
Mango's
the
a wolf right
expensive.
now. You
Oh, it's a
forget.
wolf. That's right. Even better. On the hind
He's a-
legs, just
I'm
with
going to go
claws.
for the 19 gold one.
It's a very
It's not-
handsome dog.
Oh yeah. So 20 gold. 20 gold's for my expensive,
Yes,
the
20,
fancy.
20 for Rob. Everybody else, your first option is 19. Your second is 18. Sergey, you're gonna buy the 6 instead of the 26 instead of the 93.
I'm gonna.
That's fine. I'm just making note for myself.
Yeah.
So pretty much, Stradora and Kenneth are going to.
If that's the cost of the
turning
like how
heads.
much it is in gold, I am going for the 26.
No, it's not the cost. It's the percentage of how beautiful it is. From.
Oh no, I'm going to go with the other one then.
Okay. Sergey, you will be turning heads too. You are a
I am
party of
at.
good-looking individuals.
I'm at the 66%. That's not bad.
It is
I'm-
not bad at all. You guys,
Well,
go ahead.
I wanted to note that we need to stop off at like either the inn rooms or Andrea's vacant, sad room in the tower.
Yes. We might want to do the tower because I do have to go see a blacksmith.
I have to.
Whatever you need from a blacksmith is not going to be done in time.
I have to drop off my plate
Well, at least
warmer.
it's better to at least have it started right now instead of having it done.
thought you-
after.
Don't you have a bag of holding?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to get changed right here in the street?
No.
I mean, don't they have changing rooms in the store?
Can I?
Am I thinking too modern?
Yeah.
Just need a.
Just go to the Heroes Tower again.
I need a place to change.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's go ahead and just change.
All right, you guys can all head back to the Heroes Tower. Your outfits in tow. For anybody who wants to, go ahead and spend a little bit of time just kind of thinking about how your characters look or what their outfits might be like, and I'll ask you for I will ask you for a description of them later during the event, but you don't have to feel pressure to answer if you don't want to. That said, everybody is able to head back to the Heroes Tower. You can get changed, spend time grooming, dressing yourselves, and as soon as the sun is hitting its evening perch and setting over the inner sea, or starting to set over the inner sea, the sky turning those brilliant, rich, warm hues, you guys can.
You said I can hide. Like I have the ability to make Stormbreak like invisible.
Invisible? Yes. Stormbreak slips between.
Or it goes like
planes.
it goes between planes.
Yes.
Because
you
it's
can
not quite a warlock. It's not quite like a warlock weapon.
Yeah,
is the
you
point.
can dismiss it. Hold on, I can pull up the document for it. It does have a property where you can dismiss it and call it back. It is a very weird and slippery weapon.
I guess my question would be how exactly that works. Is it like a warlock weapon in that like I like call it to me, or is it like I still have to wear it? It's just like I tuck it into a pocket dimension almost.
Okay, I'm just reading what I put on its things, or on its property, and if I didn't list exactly how it works there, I am going to ask Stradora to roll me an Arcana check, trying to figure it out for your time that this weapon's been with you. Stormbreak is a mysterious and strange weapon.
Oh. I accidentally rolled it with disadvantage, but that's a 16.
Okay. So, yes, you are able to determine that Stormbreak physically is leaving the physical realm of Ilderon. It doesn't exactly exist in Ilderon, and each time you call upon it, it is being manifested from somewhere. With that, you think that maybe it's coming from the bridge, but maybe there is someplace else it is traveling through and residing in. The problem is nobody has this information, and I wouldn't say Stradora. I wouldn't say Stradora has it either. But the best I could give Stradora is, to her, it probably would function like a warlock weapon. Maybe some sort of weird plane that isn't the bridge or isn't Ilderon, where Stormbreak exists and is able to then manifest itself in both places and move between these places.
Alright. So it ends up in a random chest in Isildred.
Yeah, if you were the scholars, I would give Stradora more information, but unfortunately...
Oh my gosh, it pops up in that place?
Unfortunately, she has no context for where...
I'm touched by the dark waters. Does that at all help?
You know what? Yeah, it does, actually. I will say, Stormbreak is possibly everywhere all the time. And
why can't I
sometimes it's
stab
only in
things
your
from a
head.
distance then?
Because reasons.
Personal note to Stradora: learn how to stab things across the world.
It's called throwing your sword really hard.
Maybe I can start moving with the sword and I can learn how to teleport.
Oh no.
Let's go.
Okay, so honestly the big thing with me is like I wanted to use the power because I didn't want to have a big honking broadsword at this dinner party, but I also wasn't sure if like somebody bumped into my back, they'd be like, "Ma'am, do you have a broadsword?"
The meme from Wonder Woman where she's clenching the sword between her butt cheeks.
Yeah, more or less. It's like one of those things where it's like how like do I have to be mindful of its physical presence, or is it like just somewhere else? And the answer is B. It's B.
Now you are aware that if you leave it someplace and dismiss it, it does sometimes slip through realms. Sometimes it might appear regionally close to where it was at, but not quite the same place. That is one of the things that makes it so difficult to hang on to the sword if you're not actively using it or attuned to it.
Well,
Remember,
she is
Talia
attuned
tracked
to it.
down,
I was about to say I am
3
attuned to
different
it.
times. Yeah. You call it to you.
Does it have to hail at Rupert then?
Does it have to hail a looper? Can you?
It's like,
Oh, hail an Uber.
it's like sword to me.
I think
Text message.
if you guys want to
It'll be here in
learn
10
more
minutes.
about Stormbreak, you should spend time studying or investigating it.
Well, I would do that, but I've actually only been in Sky's Reach 4 days, and I've spent most of them being attacked by a doppelganger.
Fair. That is fair. You know what? I'm going to stop there. I think I've given you enough information. All right. So you all are changed. If anybody is by a window in the Heroes Tower, Mom has arranged for a carriage for you all to carry you to the Flamewalker's hearth. There is a very nice carriage waiting outside. Actually, he would get you guys some attendance. He likes you all. One attendant. Not that much.
He likes one of us, but he won't say which.
Can we do an insight check on who?
It's Sergey, he feels bad.
I was gonna say it's for the dog.
It's,
like,
no
interesting
one cares about me.
it's for Mango.
It's for mangoes and only mango.
Yeah. Oh.
I want it noted that I have no weapons on my person.
Okay.
I left my oath plate at home.
And I'm assuming you're putting everything in your bag of holding,
Yes.
and you're bringing it or leaving it.
I feel like having a large 15-pound bag on my side wouldn't be.
I mean, it's like a purse.
It's
I don't
your
think I'd be out of
thing.
place.
Do what you want.
Yeah, I'll keep it on me.
Okay.
That's where we're going to store all of our weapons.
What do you-
Stradora the
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anderson's weapon is always with him. It's in his.
I am the weapon.
He has a bastardized smite. I have a bastardized pack weapon. That's why we're best friends.
Okay.
Oh wait, I'm gonna roll just one minor thing for me. Don't mind me. Go ahead.
Okay. Does anybody want to do anything before you guys head out, or do you guys want to head out?
Well, I was going to head to the blacksmith beforehand, but that could be done off camera, or off stream.
Oh yeah. I talked with a lot of people about your knuckle knife.
Mm-hmm.
And got into several different debates on it.
Really?
Yes. People were telling, Insomnia actually was arguing in favor. She said it should deal 2d4, and one of the d4 is slashing, and the other d4 is bludgeoning. It's like, because you can punch somebody and then slash them, and like, that's one attack, and then a second attack.
Yeah, no, fair.
But anyways, yeah, if nobody wants to do anything else, I'm going to move you all to the carriage. Going into the carriage, you have an attendant who I will not bother naming. She is a Arcanist. I will make her as a magenta contractor, marking her as an entertainer. Walking along the side of the carriage, as you guys begin walking, the outsides of the carriage, outside your windows, begin to sparkle as a faint music plays in the background, following the carriage ride. A joyful chord, a celebratory one that the Arcanist is producing. All right. Oh.
This is fancy.
A lot fancier than what I was expecting, to be honest.
Okay.
Let's see. I wish I had better party music. I don't like this. Let me... I guess I'll just go with this. Here we go. We'll go with these two. This is fine. Okay, you all are going to arrive at the Flame Seeker's hearth. As you all come out, or as your carriage pulls into the promenade, you are not the only ones here. Some of the people arriving are arriving in a much more elaborate fashion than you all are. The carriage in front of you, there is a literal eruption of magma from the ground. The magma spewing into the air, turning the sparks and ash turning into doves. The carriage bursts through the illusion and enters the promenade of the people standing outside of these series of buildings, clapping, greeting one another. You all arrive. Your Arcanist, is she gonna do any thing? You know what? She'll stop her illusions of, or her prestidigitations of magic and lights, and instead she'll conjure a illusion. There is a row of trumpeters for you all as you step out of your carriage. Nothing as grand as some of the other ones that have been done, but definitely, you know, a prestigious affair. She will bow, and the carriage driver will say, ladies and gentle sirs, we have arrived at the Flame Seeker's hearth. If you would, he gestures for you all to get out.
Okay. I'll step out, and since I guess I'm Sirdora's quote-unquote partner, hold the hand out to help her out.
Okay. Did you do any thinking on what Kenneth's outfit might look like?
Yeah, let me put it in the chat.
Okay. I will try and describe it a little bit for stream, unless you want to.
Alright, put it in the nobles.
Alright. Okay. Kenneth's got a good... I don't know what that is. Kefka?
Yeah, something like that. I forgot how to pronounce it.
Yeah, he's got this cool open robe and nice white trousers, hair tied up under a wrap, and just those great Zac Efron abs and chest just on display.
You gave me the idea.
It's beautiful. Yeah, definitely as Kenneth steps out, a couple of people who are talking and greeting one another are going to stop, watch, and at the trumpets they'll clap a little bit and welcome you all. Does Stradora come out with Kenneth?
Yes.
Same question. Did you do any thinking on Stradora's outfit?
So, you know, we were talking about My Hero before.
Uh-huh.
You know, Momo's
Yes.
hero outfit? That, but like
Okay.
with an actual skirt.
Okay, I like it.
And then blue. Like it's a light blue with white accents.
Okay. Stradora, is your perception still 15?
It might be a 16.
Or is it 14? Is it 14? 14
It's 15.
Okay, it's 15. I will update your card. I'm going to roll. Your friend from the academy is here, and you are going to notice this pin is dead. You are going to notice him, and he is on the stairs to this restaurant. He has another date with him. He stops from talking to her to turn, look at you, hand on his stomach, then he puts a hand up in the air and waves at you.
He's gonna get the princess wave. The parade wave.
Oh.
Who is next stepping out of the carriage?
Also, way to ignore your date, buddy.
Yeah, that's bad form for him.
Yeah, I know.
It was very bad for him, especially considering he's waving towards his first choice. I guess
Stradora,
Claw will be
go
out.
ahead. Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check. This is
Stepping behind Wolf Mango, Claw's probably going to have a lot more of a... I know top half I was thinking akin to Aladdin, if
Okay.
anything. Like, in terms of
I like
loose
it.
fitting. And if the... Because that role was to see how much could he actually shave off before having to go to this place. Basically all of his arms furs to make it look like details inside of any of the translucent fabric. Like a design that's supposed to be part of the clothes.
okay. Stradora, give me a perception check, and also who is stepping out next. And the outfit Claw has is a 66. This one I'm actually going to roll on. Your entourage is drawing attention, so by proxy, you are getting attention too.
Oh.
Stradora, you are going to notice whoever Craolor is with is wearing Sunyeth, or rather a light's robes, and it has a symbol of the wills around her neck. I'll roll a percentage die if you recognize her. No, you guys did not meet at the academy. All right, who's next?
Anderson will step out next.
Okay.
And,
same question. Did you think about his outfit?
I didn't think about his outfit, and I saw, like, what they had in my size wasn't that appealing, so Anderson decided to go with a Rayleigh original. Remembering how the girls liked his battle-worn shirt. So he's wearing this tattered shirt that he's, like, semi-dyed to look like, like he's got, like, reds and yellows on it. And then he's got like normal-ish dress pants like shorts, and he's got a bandana, also in the ragged form that he's dyed red. Which was the best he could do, like in short notice.
Likewise, your entourage is drawing attention, which means you are drawing attention.
That's fine. I'm here to draw attention.
Next, we have Sergey. You're the last one.
Okay.
Did you think about what Sergey's outfit might look like?
Well, seeing as how I'm not into fashion, I would probably have just gone with something more like just bog standard, like almost a mix between from the image Himadon and just like a fancy toga.
Okay. All right. Sergey's rocking.
Basically, he dressed up in his formal attire.
Yeah, and I mean.
Oh God!
Sometimes classic looks good.
And if I could choose that hat, I would.
I love how we got this kind of Lady Gaga sort of hodgepodge of things, and then Sergey in the rear just going, I thought we were dressing formal.
Yeah, Sergey is rocking like that classic, what was this country before? Amirian like office, like military officer uniform, like.
Yes, that works.
Like he's the only one in like actual formal clothes, versus like something. It's just like,
yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah, like, God.
There are some whispers.
I suck at this.
There are some whispers as Sergey steps out too. Again,
wow,
the most in that 97. It is a nice outfit. And who said clothes don't make the man?
It's probably the best I'm going to do for a while.
It's just like, maybe Sergey won't die alone.
All right.
Against all the odds.
as you guys step
Oh
up,
god, don't tell me my childhood friend's here.
I have no idea.
as you
I'm
guys
making notes.
step up the stairs, there are parties already waiting here. Among
Wait, do
the
I have to make
people,
a check? What's that?
do you have to make a check for these people
Yeah.
that you recognize? I'll let you
Yeah.
if you want, but I was going to describe them because you guys do.
I'd say the people we're looking for, you know.
Out of the people that
Well,
are waiting here,
backstory-wise.
you're going to recognize two women, Tay and Inley. Those two women of the Bronze Scepter. They are dressed much nicer than they were originally when you guys ran into them. They have got that peplos outfit, the cloth wrapped up and around their shoulders, going back over their neck, covering up, the things that are important, tied around their waist and everywhere else on their body, as a belt, as a necklace, as earrings, as bracelets. They are wearing jewelry. They are excited to see you. They are talking with Cray Eolor and a member of the Sun Yet, a light. I will introduce these characters in a second, but something else is happening. As they go to greet you, the next carriage is going to pull in to the promenade and begin, and is going to begin, or rather, the person is going to begin, or rather, the carriage does not have any fancy shows as it pulls to a stop. A elven woman begins to step out. As she is setting up, Cray Elor and his date are going to walk up to the party and say, Stradoria, you look fantastic. This is Light Rashia, the order that I serve in. It's by her command that we protect the Risen.
Player question: was this the guy that hit on Stador earlier?
It was.
And everything gone according to Brandon's plans, I'd be here on his arm.
Yeah. She is going to bow and say, our order captain has good standing with the Risen. Their investigations are getting dangerous these days. It wouldn't be in the goddess's favor to leave them unprotected. We lend aid where we can. He's going to nod and look at the party and say, which one of these are your partner?
None of them. My partner is currently separated.
He's going to nod and say, I'm sorry to hear that. But still, my offer, if you want to catch up anytime this evening, still stands.
Well, I'll be around, so if you have free time. I'm wondering how the other ladies reacting to that.
Well, I mean, Rashia is actually nodding, and says, I've heard stories of the magic that Wensley, or that Captain Sunstringer commands. I would love to hear tales of travel from your order. We've yet to be deployed past the borders of Alonagai.
I think their relationship is platonic and or just co-workers.
Yeah.
Well, maybe she doesn't know that. I don't know.
Tay and... Oh! Your guys' conversation is cut off with the elven woman who stepped out of the carriage. She has grown an entire tree through the stones of the promenade. Bursting forth from it are several different attendants laying out fabric. Another elf, another Dorai is walking. On her arm is a Let me look at actually what this woman is.
I wonder how much damage that causes to like the stonework they have.
Right,
The
it's so
walkway.
like that's my thought. I was like, wow, that's rude.
I mean, then again, there was a volcanic eruption earlier, so it's like,
Wasn't that an illusion?
Yes.
What?
It was magic, or at least you guys assume it was magic. It wasn't hot, and it turned into doves. That said, this woman is looks to be half Dorai, and she is in. She has a ruby fist across, or a ruby cut into a fist connecting the front part of her dress across her chest as a brooch. Anybody who has traveled through Sky's Reach can roll a perception check for who these people are.
They're part of the Ruby Fist. Duh.
You know what? I'll do a perception check on them.
You said history?
I'm sorry, history.
Oh, even better.
No.
Sergey, if Sergey got another nat 20 history check, I'd kick you out of the session right now.
To be fair, I have a ritual when it comes to these sessions, and I have been following in that for many weeks now, and I attribute that all to my good rolls.
Yeah.
pray to the guy
So-
start God harder.
For Kenneth and Sergey and Stradora, yeah, you guys can make assumptions on the ruby brooch, probably the ruby fist. Same for Claw. The elven woman is wearing a similar outfit. Instead of red and yellow, hers is green and white, and she has a golden sunrise connecting her dress. Not denoting her as that, or not denoting her as a member of the Ruby Fist. She begins walking up the stairs, and Tay and Enley are going to approach you all and say, the Fae Felon Circle really knows how to make an entrance. Tay is going to speak up and say, damn rich elves. Saw the money they make off the arena.
Who said that again?
Tay and Enley. The two members of the Bronze Scepter.
They're the people that they're gonna make my hammer.
Yeah, that's them.
Well, someone in their guild is going to make your hammer.
Look
No,
into
them
it.
specifically.
Oh yeah, they wanted the challenge.
That's why they're here, actually.
Do you bring that up?
Are they like within shout? Like, where are they relative to?
I would say that the entrance to this building is kind of like I'd say there's probably about 15 feet towards the door, and just kind of like large stone pillars on the porch going across, stone steps leading up to the pillars. You guys are standing in the different groups underneath the roof. Outside on the porch, behind the pillars, you are waiting in the doorway. Relative to you, they're, left probably 5 feet away. They've walked over to talk with you all.
Oh, good. They already came over to us.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
Valeria?
Money from what?
Let me make sure I have each of these ones right. I always forget which one's Tay and which one's Enley. The dredgy shorter one is going to... Here we go. The dredgy shorter one, Enley, is going to point and say, the arena. The Fae Felon Circle runs it. It's about... she snaps. Tay says, the path of glory. And just path of glory. Every fight, every punch, every show, you get a piece of each coin. Passes through the hands from Rion up to Mentori.
Wouldn't that couldn't that benefit you too? I mean, if they fight, they have weapons. You make weapons.
Enli is going to nod, and Tay is going to nods and then huffs. Tay is going to point to the woman with the fists, the ruby fists, and say, "You would think that, unfortunately, the current reigning champion has started a trend. Several guilds have followed suit of the ruby fists. There's the ruby fist, the diamond fist, the emerald fist. I think they can achieve the ruby fist, the diamond fist, the emerald fist. They all try and achieve glory with their own hands. Master Savannah, she is a bit of a trendsetter."
I'd say I've only heard of one of these things, and it wasn't related to.
They're There's a word for it. I don't got the word for it. My dad does that though. Like starts that whole like pointing at everybody thing, because I'm telling the story. He doesn't. He has weapons. I don't know why, but he's perfectly capable of beating you up with his bare hands.
Craolor is going to speak up and say, "I'm surprised that they're even here together. I went to watch an arena match. Or I went to get tickets for the arena, and I heard the whole place is on strike."
Why are they on strike?
Um,
Bad working conditions? How can you have bad working conditions in a fight pit?
Roll a history check for him. Did
Or
he
like
hear
they
it?
pay.
He doesn't know. He's gonna shrug and say, "I don't know."
Maybe they just weren't happy with the pay they were getting.
Enli is going to say, "I bet she's trying to save face."
Is there a conflict of interest to essentially have one of your champions be like your date to a dinner where you run the fight pits?
Oh, whew. As you say that, I will let that statement stand, but I'm gonna modify it by a few things. Give me a perception check for Stradora, and then I will give you some options. So
I just get
their
to be
path
dumb.
is coming right up to you guys, and as you say that, the Faith Valen Circle member is right behind you, along with Master Savannah, and the elf, the Dorai, is going to speak up and say, "What we run is not fighting pits. We run sanctioned entertainment with the purpose of sharpening the skills of all those who pass through our ranks and our arenas."
Oh, so like fighting in a pit in front of everyone, like that?
She's going to shake her head and say, "You see,
I'm a load D, and this is not shameful. This is just matter
What are you?
of fact.
What are you?
you're a Dorian."
Or, yeah.
No, I was gonna say it's like Anderson. Glorious combat for the purposes of proving to win medal is Ardorian as hell, or as Dorian as the bridge.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, this is normal. Hell, I mean, like, we could have... Yeah, when was the last time we saw
I'm
an
sorry.
Ardor?
I'm sorry that the term fight pit undercuts the artistry of what it is that you hone. I should choose my language more carefully.
She is going to nod and say, "Thank you, Princess Drake Calendar. I appreciate the courtesy." She's going to turn to Master Savannah and say, "Master Savannah is here on my invite in an attempt to smooth over the tensions between the guilds and the circle. If you would." She bows, or doesn't bow, she nods politely, and her and Master Savannah are going to walk by you guys and join a different group. Who else do we have left to introduce tonight? Yes. Okay. Oof. Another carriage is going to come. Actually, no. Another carriage does not come roaring into here. A man and a woman riding horses come trotting into this place. I am going to roll them how much they are for spectacle. Neither one of them are for spectacle, with both of these horses being black as midnight, bred black stallions. Imagine the horse breed on your own. I don't know horse breeds, unfortunately. As they get off of their horses, stable hands and servants are going to come and take them. The man's horse is taken away. However, the woman's horse fades into or dissolves into a shadow. At which point they begin walking up the stairs, talking to one another. They don't pay you guys any attention. The man is, they are going to be having a conversation, and I will roll how stealthy they are with their conversation. The man is being short with his words, directing them at his companion. She is nodding in reply. It is going to be a DC 17 for anybody to understand her. The man, his words, he's a little bit closer to you guys. It's, I guess, like he'll be on the side walking past you guys, and she's on the other side. If
I think that's more
guys...
of an investigation
it's
check.
Perception for if you're trying to listen into them.
Okay, well, I'll try.
Okay.
Yeah, that said,
Those-
I will allow passive because they are not actively trying to.
Okay,
hide
so
their words
my
from you guys.
passive is 15, so I'm gonna go with that.
Yeah,
yeah.
but again, you don't hear her at 17. The man, as he's walking up, he's going to say, "Remember, we're here for Bess. We go straight to her. Don't get involved in the pageantry tonight. The less time we spend here, the better." She responds, he's going to say, "Yeah, I just want to find our next job too. Come on."
So wait, you said 17 doesn't
Oh,
hear
17
anything, or
hears her. She's going to comment, saying, "Well, if you get access to her library, I'm going to be the one doing all of the work, reading and transcribing for you. All you can do is go and hunt whatever I find."
mental links to Dora. Target acquired.
I was about to actually, like, hardcore, same thought.
With that, we've got the one final additional member tonight. We have a Risen member on behalf of the Sky Queen. Finally, a final set of carriages are going to arrive. This one is Let's Get a School. I need a D5 reroll on a 6.
Honor.
Honor? You know what? I'll give it to you guys as honor. You guys are going, or rather, a Risen member is going to get out of the carriage. She is a incredibly small Risen member. As you notice, she is Matukai Ori. She is a dwarf, and there is another Risen member next to the carriage and is going to announce as she's walking up the stairs. Mink of Risen of Honor, on behalf of Sky Queen Wenlora, blesses this affair with her presence. She acts as the hands, eyes, ears, and grace of the Sky Queen. At which point Mink will wave. A couple people on the stairs will clap. At which point she then starts walking up the stairs. All right. That is all of the carriages. After everybody is out here, finally the doors to this event are going to open up. standing in the... As the doors open, the inside of this place comes a light, almost too bright, as orange to then blue to finally turning pure white as they explode from inside of this place out across the crowd. Everybody on the stairs and just standing on this porch is treated to this warm wind breezing over them as the flames then fall to the ground as almost bubbling like or rolling like fog over one another and spreading out across the ground. As they sweep across your feet, your ankles, they are hot, but they are not deadly hot. It is a sensation, a tingling sensation, if anybody reaches down and touches them. Standing in the doorway, holding a cane, you are going to see a woman in black trousers. She's got a yellow vest on and a long draping cloak following her. She puts out her arms and is going to say, "Ladies and gentle sirs of Alonagai, thank you for blessing me with you, or for granting me your presence tonight. It is with great esteemed honor that I share tonight's dinner with you, and I hope that each and every one of us will have a night that we will remember for the rest of our lives. Without further ado, I've prepared the finest entertainment that Flameseeker's Hearth has to offer us. Let us not dally out here, but let us, please, enjoy and luxuriate tonight." She steps aside and allowing people to come inside. As you guys come inside, there are people breathing fire on either side of the hallway. As they blow into these torches, the flames do the same thing. They go quickly from orange to blue, and then exploding in the air into that shimmering white flame that then, falls to the ground and kind of cascades and makes this almost mist or fog over the ground. Also in this hall are different animals, two on each side. They would be exotic creatures, and I wouldn't say anything crazy wild, but definitely some out there stuff. Griffins, Darken Veil beasts, all performing tricks as you guys walk by. Everybody else, other than you guys can decide how your own characters react, are excited at the spectacle for the evening.
I'm always nonplussed.
It's funny, the two people who rode on horses are also not very entertained by this.
It's not fashionable to show excitement, and I am a fashionable lady.
I mean, it's cool and all, it's just...
It's not a mer person!
It is not.
I don't know, it's just we've seen bigger.
I have a friend who breathes fire.
And as you guys get to the final door, leading into the dining chambers, Bess is going to say, "And I never want to send anyone away without a great story of our presence. For my final and most wonderful surprise for you tonight..."
I know, someone's gonna die.
She gestures to the door. The double doors are open. There is a red cloth covering the entrance. The cloth is pulled back. Let's see, how much of a spectacle is this woman going to give? There is a woman there talking with a servant. She seems to be caught off guard as she turns around and looks at everybody and says, "Oh, hello all of you. and Bess is going to say, "May I introduce the esteemed and renowned scholar, the world traveler herself, Fecton Spectre. Given
Oh
a
shit!
temporary
She's not allowed in this country.
given a temporary pardon for her exile."
This-
Why do I not believe you?
Fecton is going to say, friends, citizens of Lonagai, I am studying for my next coming anthology. It is a argument to drop nobility across the world. It is called Life Without Nobility, a study of Alonagian propriety when not constrained by sobriety. Please, drink, have fun, all entertain yourselves as much as you wish tonight. Any expenses are on our benefactor and myself.
I am
Hey.
going to.
Kenneth looks
Dora.
around.
looks at her hair, her reverse harem.
I'm going to take a sniff. Will it be an investigation check to see if this drink is poisonous?
Stepping inside, you can get a drink. Nobody's given you a drink yet. So if you've
I
bought a
don't-
drink and it is poisoned, it is your own fault, but you would know. You know, I'll allow it. You might have forgot. Go for it.
All right, so
DC
investigation.
3.
It's going to be.
Your
Why
water
am I?
skin is not poisoned to the best of your ability to recall.
Okay.
Mine
okay.
is.
Yeah. There
Oh
goes
man, I should
paranoia.
remember that.
Hey, at least I something that. Well, at least I haven't been given a drink.
Yeah, at least. Alright. So,
People begin filtering into the room. It is a large chamber. Again, over the top with spectacles. There are different bards here. They're entertaining groups. As you guys move in and around this place, different partition walls have been put up to block sound, creating just small little theaters. There are echoes of music, of singing. People are performing different things, dances with drums. But somehow, even though each person's on a different performance, these are coordinated enough in a way that there's kind of a theme to each one of these and a practice rhythm that they all kind of contribute to almost a symphony of an experience.
good that I don't get a sensory overload from the fact that I'm hearing all the songs at once.
It's like one group is playing music, right? And this group is purely for playing music. Another person on another part of the room is like reciting poetry, but the rhymes of the poetry are, kind of in cadence with the music, and another group of like drummers and percussionists. Like it just kind of all just goes together.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's
But
less
you
of-
have like three different groups, but inexplicably it's like you're listening to one band.
Yeah, it's less of like a band, playing the same music, and more of like if you were to listen to pop music, there's this trend in pop music that everything's to like a 4/4 beat. So you can take the lyrics of like one song and put it to the music of another song, and it almost kind of works just because it's like there's an industry standard of like ha ta ta ha ta ta ha ta ta, and everything's kind of to like that industry standard, so that it's like different things, but everything's kind of following that 4/4 rhythm.
Oh, I know what you're talking about with that. Yeah, there was. I'll have to show you the video on that.
Oh, you don't have to show me a video. I have a friend who's into musical theory who argued with me about this, and I was just like, I didn't know. Leave me alone.
My favorite is the the 4 keys of every song.
Yeah, basically, almost like that, where it's just like it's not the same thing, but they're built on the same structure. All right, you guys can mingle. You can talk to people. The guests that you know are here. Great Elor and his light, Tay and Enley. Lady Keaton Faye Felon runs the arena. Master Savannah. You didn't get the name of those two people who rode in on horse. There is the surprise guest, Spect Inspector, the Sky Queen's Risen member, Mink of Grace, and I would say there are other prominent people here, but for the sake of brevity tonight, I'm not going to, and for the sake of brevity and my sanity, I'm not going to roll up every single person in this hall.
No, I want to hear the names of every single person we walk across.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead and sit down and strap in.
Well,
Anyway,
that's
this will be the
suspicious.
rest of the session. We're just going to go over names that no one will remember.
Yeah.
Okay, boys. Few things. First of all, I can't get drunk, so if you're gonna get drunk, do it double for me. 2, we need a plan of attack.
So, isn't it just get everybody to leave?
We need to
No,
we need to get important. We basically need to run in. We basically need to run in. Like, I'm gonna whisper. We need to run.
Give me a self check.
I want to
You're not aware
mentally-
of anybody watching you, but you are trying to shield your words from other people.
Well, that's not gonna go well. So, my bad whisper is gonna also have to be masked in code language. Our job is to be annoying to the right people. All right, Anderson taps forehead.
Mental links to Dora.
Those two people that we saw running in there, they probably belong to the Bronze Scepter. So, we should probably talk to the two people whose name I keep forgetting.
Tayan and
I was thinking I could, charm the woman and just lead her away.
I recommend doing 0 magic, because if it goes
Yeah.
wrong, then we fall on the wrong side of
What if
annoyance.
What if it's not directly magic?
Oh, I mean, if you're gonna flirt, you can flirt. I was just saying, don't
Like-
magic.
I don't know. I've been practicing. I've got mystical charms.
I'm actually gonna say this part out loud. Look, buddy, if you want to flex, flex. Whatever, you're handsome and foreign. Just do it.
One of those is actually.
But also because I needed to, the people
Give
whose
reason.
names I already forgot, even though Brandon just told it to me
Tay
10
and
seconds
Inley.
ago. Tay and Inley. God, that's not hard. We don't have to talk to Tay and Inley, but I have a feeling that the people who rushed in are part of that group. And as you know, I don't trust elves. I'm slowly becoming racist to elves.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. There were elves. Were they elves?
Were they
I was
elves?
totally thinking-
I will point out all of
No,
the
no, no.
elves for you.
No, the Fae Felon lady.
Yeah,
Faye
they
Felon
were-
Lady was an elf.
okay. I was totally thinking they were human. Yeah, my idea ain't gonna work.
No, I think the people I'm referring to, the people that rushed in, I think they're human, or
yeah, the
they're
two people-
they're non-Dorai.
The two people on horseback, the man, he did have elven features, and the woman did have them too, but she didn't. They weren't prominent.
I have a feeling that might be coincidental. Who knows? But remember, one of them's a man.
I mean, I can work with either one. So,
Well, glad you admit it. No, I was just pointing out that the group of people that we dislike the most don't exactly deal with men.
Unless they're basically less lacking.
Fair. Anyways, I don't know how we want to handle this. I think
Bess is making
We-
her way towards your guys' group.
Nope.
She is not in earshot. She is not being stealthy about it.
well, we don't need to be in earshot. This is all mental linked.
Yeah. she
No,
doesn't know
I
people, and she-
I actually when I said this actually has not been in your brain since I said flex.
Oh, okay.
You guys can keep talking. I was just letting you know because your characters. I feel like your characters would be kind of huddled, looking around.
Like
Well,
try
I-
to look as casual as possible.
Yeah, no,
Look.
casual, like arms crossed, just like listening.
Well, like, company.
We're having a conversation.
Anyways, I think you can kind of springboard, but we don't need to be moving as a mass of people. That just looks weird. But I don't know what you would prefer to, Kenneth, you can go talk to Fecht Inspector.
Sure.
You're a noble.
Sure. That works.
And if you want to even tag along, we'll do the 1-2 punch of
Maybe Sergey can talk to
an Ardorian nobility.
that scholar lady, whoever.
Fecht
the blonde.
Inspector.
Large words.
Fecht Inspector.
Well, for anybody who seems to act shady.
Okay, can I step away for a moment?
One of you might want to get either the Fey Felon or the Monk Lady separated so that you can get a more honest opinion of what their problems are. Preferably the Monk Lady.
All right. So, does anybody walk away before Bess comes to your group? Because she is about to be here.
No, I'll still be here.
Okay. I will get your guys' directions in 1 second. Bess is going to join your group. Her arms out wide and her staff in her hand.
Are we hugging? This is a hugging moment?
No, it's more like a greeting. But you you can choose to hug her if you want to. It's your choice.
No, it's just fine. I was trying to read the read the signal.
Okay. Atop her staff, as she or her cane, as she draws closer, there is a bronze orb on it. It is etched with weird runes that you guys probably have not seen before. They are glowing and they are different interlaced circles.
Is she literally wielding a bronze scepter?
I was going to say that.
It is not a scepter, but close enough. In any case, she is going to have her arms out wide and say, "When Mon told me he couldn't make it, you can imagine how sad I was. It's always such a joy having him around. But when he told me he was sending his ward in his stead, he didn't... I was excited to meet her, but he didn't tell me there would be 5 of you. Nonetheless, you're all welcome. So which one of you are his ward?" He points to... or she points to Strador and says, "Is it you?"
Yes, technically.
I think we are all his ward. One of us got indisposed and couldn't make it, but you know.
She's going to nod and say, "I've been planning this evening for quite some time, and Mon has been insistent upon making it a smaller affair, but I guess he took it upon himself to make it smaller, and then somehow larger. What a strange man that one is."
A real trickster, that one.
And she's going to say, "Introductions, all of you."
Boys.
I was like,
Hello.
hello.
My name is Kenneth Alborea. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Anderson Rayleigh, likewise.
Sergey Yadith, Dill. Well, likewise.
Law Estera, and this is my companion Mango and Len, gesturing to both the wolf and the floating fey spirit above her.
Bess is going to nod and say, pointing to Sergey, or not Sergey, Claw, Kenneth, and Claw, Kenneth, and Anderson, and say, "I know Ardorians when I see one. It brings you all the way to Lonagai to study at the university?"
Something like that.
More like travelers. We just ended up here.
A friend of mine enrolled here, and I thought it would be a good way I can see the university, see if my sister could also attend, possibly.
Bess begins walking, kind of expecting you guys to follow. She doesn't really say, come along or anything. She just begins walking and starts talking.
Kenneth is gonna follow.
Okay.
Yeah, call him drunk.
I got out of the introduction. I'm amazing.
Well, she knows you.
Aww.
Your what's his face? Your Mon's ward, Furite Osmandria. Furite Osmandria, no family name.
Oh, that's right.
At which case, she's going to say, well, anyone who is anyone is here tonight. We've got seer mats, we've got lights, we've got members of the Queen's Hand-picked Risen. We've got the most prominent guild leaders in the country, members of the Ruby Alliance here. If you are trying to meet a contact, well, you are in the right place, especially for upstarts at the university. Why, a young ward such as yourself, you wouldn't have to be tied to Mon to teach you. Once you get your Arcanist's attribution, I'm sure you could find somebody here who would take you with the proper contracts.
Well, it's still a feeling out process, and I haven't gotten my Arcanist's attribution yet, so that's not exactly a here or now problem.
She nods and says, yes. She twirls her cane in the air and says, but one thing you want to know, by the time you're my age, you should probably start planning for more than just the here and now. Disaster can strike at any moment.
Oh, don't I know it.
At which point, as you guys are walking, somebody is going to approach Bess and begin trying to talk to her. It is the woman and it is the two people who are on horseback, the woman and the man. He's going to step up and say, Bess, this is all fine and nice, but if we could talk business, we've got the fees for your library, and we just would like to get a permit and go in. She's going to say, Lord Gecker, please, if you would indulge me for the evening. There will be time for business later in the night. For now... Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to let you finish, but...
Oh, she's going to say, for now, I wish to entertain my guests.
I mean, the least you could do is entertain the lady for the night before asking favors. It's quite rude.
Decker is going to say, the fact that you wouldn't accept a member of my circle and I had to come all the way here on my own is rude enough. She's going to shake her head and say, I don't want a representative. I want the real thing. Why, I'd have the Sky Queen here if she didn't have a country to run.
My dad always said that you want to talk to the captain, not the quartermaster.
Lord Gecker is going to revel in the power you have while you do, human. For now, you hold the keys, and I respect that. He nods. She's going to pause and say, "Oh, who's your ward?" He's going to point to the woman following him and say, this is Rhea. She did some work with me down in the western coves. Good with the spell, but even better with her mind. She's going to nod and say, I decipher all the things that he is unable to understand. Bess is going to say, and she's been invited to your circle. He's gonna laugh and say, a Sarai in an elven circle? Bess, you do tell some great jokes.
I actually saw a Sarai accepted in elven circles in Dawkinsdale.
He's gonna look towards you, and Araic's gonna look up and look at you too. Bess is gonna say, "Oh, do tell more." Lord Gecker is going to say, "Pff, anyone who can invite a human to their circle has to be pretty high up to avoid the First Council's wrath."
I admittedly didn't know much about them. It was a run-in. We had to do a small amount of business, but yeah, it was interesting. You know, it seemed very informal. I thought it was quite odd for an elven circle. I didn't catch the name though.
I am not gonna make you roll a deception check, Rob.
Yeah, I know how to lie. You
And
tell the truth misleadingly. Like when I said that my girlfriend was currently separated.
they don't have any reason to disbelieve you either. So at that, Lord Gecker is going to shrug and he's going to begin walking away, and he's going to then stop and say, "I didn't catch your friend's name." Bess is going to say, "This is Furite Oswandria, currently the ward of a professor at the university."
I'm in a deep internal conflict about having to correct that error because it's going to be found out at some point during this party.
Do it if you want. Both of them are going to look at you, and both of them are going to roll history checks. Lord Gecker is going to say, "I heard there's a certain traveling Ardorian nobility, royalty studying at the university through a string of contacts." Bess is going to roll her eyes and say, "These contacts wouldn't happen to be the Ruby Shadow, would they?" Lord Gecker's going to wave his hand and say, "My contacts are my own." He turns to Stradora and he's going to then nod and say, "Princess, I hope you've been enjoying your time in our country." Or wait, this isn't his country. "I hope you've been enjoying your time in this country."
I have been enjoying. It's like I have been enjoying the time in this country.
It's like, aren't you from here? And
Yeah, this definitely feels like the moment where I clear up the misconception. But maybe after they walk away.
Yeah. Oraic is going to look at you with a different look on your face, or rather, not a different look on her face, on a twisted kind of scowl on her face, and say, "Well, you're as short as they say the princess is." She shrugs and says, "But in Alonagai, we don't really recognize royalty, so welcome."
But who said that?
The ward or Reyes?
Oh, the ward. Okay.
yeah, the woman was like, don't really recognize royalty. I can see you don't.
And she is going, her and Lord Gecker are going to walk away. Beth is
Illyria.
going to correct the record, turning to you and saying, "Lord Gecker Wakia. He is one of the region's most renowned adventurers."
He doesn't seem very nice.
Yeah, a bit of an ass.
He is an elf, kind of full of himself. That's standard.
Well, he's an elf.
That's what I said.
That's fair. Oh, also,
Beth is going to laugh and say, "You really are Mon's wards."
Also, I want to correct the record myself. You see, he referred to me as a princess.
She's going to turn and say, "Well, it would make sense why Mon was so insistent that his ward would suffice in his stead."
Well, see, he's not wrong about that. The problem is that I didn't properly introduce myself. I am not Osandria. I'm Stradora.
The princess of the Sky Queen.
You say that. Anderson adds that on.
Yeah, adds that on.
Bess is going. Her face is going to light up and say, "Alonagian royalty. Well, you just have to spend the evening with me. None of the Sky Queens accepted my request. It is unfortunate that they don't need what I offer."
I'd like to point out that Kenneth as those other people are walking away, I'm pretty sure they're still in the distance, he's going to look at them and think, and they'll just mutter, yeah, no royalty, huh?
Ah.
Now you know how I feel.
Taps forehead.
Just, I'm sorry.
Taps forehead.
Taps forehead.
Yeah, no, like mental link. I'm
Bess
sorry.
is going to look around, bite her lip, and she leans forward and gives Dora a kiss on the forehead.
No, like,
You're
and
great.
I set up a mental link. That's what.
Do you say
No,
that out loud?
don't say that out loud.
No, I'm not saying that out loud. I'm saying I set up the mental link with Sadora. That's what I'm doing.
Sorry, so I wouldn't have repeatedly tapped it because it sounded like you were saying I'm sorry because you didn't understand.
Hey,
I
it's
didn't-
canon now. Bess didn't know what you were doing.
No.
I mean, you're tapping your folder, but the mental link was like, I'm sorry.
Look.
'Cause I have now realized what I've done.
He
So
referred
right
to
now.
so it's like internally. He referred to me as princess.
Get. Yeah. Yeah, I see where I messed up.
It's like he referred to me as princess. He's an elf. Keep an eye on him.
Right. I'm gonna go like follow him now.
Okay. Anderson goes to follow Lord Gecker Wakia and his ward Oraic. Now this would be the time everybody was given their orders earlier. Who wants to go where and talk to who? Bess is going to continue roaming around the party, talking to people and partaking of different entertainment.
I feel like
guess
I'm
I'll
being
go.
dragged along.
You are, but you also have your independence if you want to say no.
No, to be fair, this is technically the job I was allotted. They have to come to Bess to get the influence, and then that's when I can be like, ha ha ha, you're dumb.
I wanted to just sort of like
Meanwhile,
go around talking.
Anderson is gonna go wear some nerves down.
I guess I'll go talk to Fect Inspector.
Sort of
Okay.
acting sort of like a
What do I need to
Overwatch.
do again?
Whatever you want.
I actually never gave you orders. I didn't get that far along.
Yeah, I know.
You can. I don't know if anybody's talking to Tay and Inley. I was wrong about who the other two people were, but the Bronze Scepter might have other people here.
The issue is, as Claw, I don't know what I would need to talk about, or as a player,
Yeah.
I don't know what to talk about.
And here would I.
Because I'm sorry, I had to go deal with some sort.
Would you like me to go over who's here and why they're important?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the guests, there are other people here, but there are other people here, and I can tell you more about those people. Those other people are not important to the stories that have been presented to you. But like Bess said, there are the Searmats and Ruby Alliance merchants and other people here, which you can make those types of contacts if you want. All of those people for now are nameless NPCs. Out of the people that I've named for you guys that are important to storylines happening around you guys, for reasons you are either aware of or not aware of, there is Cray Eolor. He is here with his with the light of his order. The lights are the chosen priests who lead the order, and then the order captains protect the light as the light roams around the roams around the continent doing the goddess's will. Crealor and Light Rashia are here, and the reason they are important is their order is currently protecting the Risen members, working with the Nundra and investigating those murders that are happening. Tay and Inley are here. They are a part of a group, a guild called the Bronze Scepter. They are magical craftswomen. The Bronze Scepter is a guild that focuses on pushing the boundaries of crafting magical items. Their guild is currently being investigated by the Risen for questionable, morally ethical question, or questionably moral crafting methods. They are also friends with you guys, as they gave Lumilia her Oathblade, and they also promised to make a unique weapon for Stradora. There is Lady Keaton Faye Felon. She runs the arena that is in town, and she is with the arena champion. The guilds of the arena are on strike for some reason. There's Lord Gekker Wakia and his ward Oraic. They are very prominent adventurers in the region, and they are here to get information from Bess. Bess has a scriptorium, which is why she is such a member of high society. There is a surprise guest, Becton Spectre. She is a anthropologist. She studies culture. She has been exiled from Ilonagai, so it's pretty wild that she is even here. The final person that I introduced to you guys was a last-minute addition, Sky Queen Mink of Sky Queen. Mink, Risen of Grace, who is here on behalf of the Sky Queen. The Sky Queen was invited to this affair. She sent this lady instead, in her stead. I think I could probably do that quicker. I hope I didn't overwhelm you.
You didn't overwhelm me. As a player,
I can actually just post this right here in your guys' chat.
that'll work.
Oh, well, I probably shouldn't have posted that. Unfortunate. This is why.
Oh wow, we know so much now.
This is why I try and keep.
Happy?
This is
Well-
why I don't always read all of my notes. Oh well, it's fine.
We suspected as much.
Yeah, you
Mostly
know, you
because
didn't-
everyone we haven't met, we just assume is a daughter of Kenui.
Yeah.
It's kind of how we've been rolling.
Well, so we already know Anderson's going after the daughter. I guess I'll go after I don't know what would make sense for Ply. I would say either the surprise guest or Lady Keaton. I'll roll a dice on that.
Okay.
Odds, I will go with Keaton. Evens, I'll go with the surprise.
Kenneth is going to talk to Fecht Inspector already, if that influences your decision at all.
Oh, it did. So, either way, it doesn't matter. I guess I'm going to go talk to the... I'm going to talk to the gladiatorial pits.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, you guys can double up on peeps if you want. Sergey just gonna hang out with Stradora, or does he want to talk to anyone?
I talked to the Tay and Enley.
Okay, cool beans. All right. That said, let's. Does anybody want me to handle them first? Otherwise, I'll just roll a d6 and re-roll on a 1. You know, I'll roll a d4. We just did a lot of Stradora and Bess, so let's see which of the party members. 1 Sergey, 2 Claw, 3 Kenneth, 4 Anderson. Barring anybody wants to volunteer. So 2, it's gonna be Claw. Claw. You approach Lady Keaton, Faye Felon, and Master Savannah. They are entertaining a group. Let's see, I'll just roll a d6 of how many people are around them. There are 4 other people around them, and Master Savannah has her hands behind her back as Lady Faye Felon has a glass of wine and is addressing all of them. It says, with any hope, we hope the coming display in the arena is a show of great talent, despite our current guilds, or the prominent guilds choosing to withdraw their presence from it. In good faith of this competition, the matches will be ranked, but we have decided not to remove our champion's title. That way, anyone who bests Master Savannah will have to do so within the windswept rounds. And I promise you all a great show when that day comes. People are going to start clapping. You join the circle as a few of them disperse. I'm gonna roll on how private of a moment you come into. Lady Faye Felon is going to drink from her glass. She turns to address Master Savannah. Master Savannah instead nods towards Claw. She turns her head, noticing you. She takes a quick sip from her glass and gestures for you to come closer. Says,
I'll do so.
I don't believe I got your name when we talked earlier.
You did not. Claw Estrai. And my companions, gesturing to, right now, currently a glowing dog.
The Master Savannah is going to speak up and say, how'd you get associated with Bess? You all are probably the youngest ones at this affair.
We, are studying under a good friend of hers, from what I understand.
She's going to, Master Savannah's going to nod and smile at this. Lady Faye Felon's going to speak up and say, or I'm going to call her Lady Keaton, because the Faye Felon circle is kind of big. She's going to speak up and say, well, I assume you've come over here with a interest of gossip on your heart. Everybody else at this, or everybody else in these damn waters has it.
Minor intrigue of on those rumors that I was hearing about the issues with the guilds. I'm surprised to hear that there was any issues with them, although, normally, I would assume stuff like that would be a lot more cut and dry than I guess it really is.
Lady Keaton's going to nod and say, you would think so. Now that I'm running things around here, I expect things to happen at the arena much more efficiently. Master Savannah is going to wince, close her eyes, open them, exhale, and say, with all due respect, Lady Keaton, you are not from these waters. You don't understand how things function inside of Sky's Reach. She exhales and says, indeed I do not. She looks at Claw and says, the rumors you've heard of the guilds striking from the arena are more than just rumors. They are only snippets of the truth. And to give you full insight, a member of a guild participating in the arena fought in the unsanctioned fighting pits honor's reach. Oh, whatever he did there, or whyever he fought, I do not care. The Feyfelon Circle will not be used to hone the skills of scoundrels or line the pockets of criminals. I sanctioned him officially before the day of the arena matches, in front of all of the other I censured him officially in front of all of the other gladiators and his guild. In response, all of the other guilds have decided to strike on behalf of the censured guild. They have withdrawn their talent from the arena, and we have found other participants to fight in their stead. Master Savannah is going to say, which has made things worse. She's going to exhale and say, there must be a show tomorrow. Master Savannah is going to say, I understand why you made the decision, but and she's going to gesture towards Claw and say, I'm sure our fellow Lonagian here can understand the importance of freedom, the ability to pick our own fate, choose our own decisions, where we fight, how we make our money, how we make our seed point, how we find the next meal.
I do agree with all that you stated there, Master Savannah. I am not a Lonagian. I am Ardorian.
Lady Keaton is going to chuckle at that. She takes another sip just a little. In any case, I didn't come here to argue with you. I didn't bring you here to argue, Master Savannah. I brought you here to try and make a bridge. If not between the circle and the rest of the guilds, at least between you and us as a champion. I don't know how my predecessor ran things, but there are certain rules to our arena. There's certain rules our circle is given that we must obey. Masters. Go ahead.
A statement my father always told me was, when two sides are trying to build a bridge, it always helps to try to make sure that's met halfway.
Yeah, Master Savannah is going to say there is no halfway. Revoke the censure, kick out all of the other guilds that have flooded to fill the space. They're not gladiators, and they're not gladiators. They're not combatants. They're not any one who's going to put on a good show or deserve to grace that arena. If you do this, the Ruby Fist will rejoin, and if the Ruby Fist rejoins, so will the rest of the guilds. Lady Keaton is going to say, you infernal woman. You think I want to be in the Sarai Nation? I had a very comfortable place in Rion. She's going to take another drink and say, unreasonable, all of you. As somebody walks by, she's going to then smile, wave.
What exactly makes these combatants so unfit to grace the arena, Savannah, in your opinion?
She's going to say each of them, they're yellow in the nose. They've never had a tough fight in their lives. The only reason there's space for them to fight in the arena is because no prominent guild will step foot in it right now. Or anybody with half a shred of self-respect. And she's going to exhale and say, Lady Keaton, I understand you are doing best, and I send my well wishes. I send my well wishes to your circle, and that those of it have not met a grisly end. In any case, we can both get something we want when you're sent back to Rion. She's going to raise a glass and say, and that we can agree.
Is there a check that I could make where Claw could come up with something that might be a good mutual statement for both of them? Because
I'll give it to you as an intelligence check, DC 10, as they just told it to you. Hey, Claw's gonna get there. Lady Keaton is not supposed to be running this place, as she is clearly blundering through cultural norms here. You're not certain why she's here or what she's doing running this arena, but whoever her predecessor was, it seems that both of them want them back. Maybe finding out what happened to them and getting them back would equate to some sort of resolution.
what's the name of your predecessor, if I may ask?
She's going to say, Lady Zencia of the Fey Felon Circle. Master Savannah is going to say, all of the circle here in Sky's Reach disappeared earlier this week. Turned tail and fled something, or she is going to shake her head and say, or I hope not worse.
Is there any trace or trail left behind?
Lady Keaton's going to say, if there was, I wouldn't have been sent here. I was deployed immediately to ensure the arena still runs. Although it might not be running well, it is still running. There will be a fight tomorrow, she looks to Master Savannah. Rather the Ruby Fist participate or not.
My family, do you happen to have a item from them? If you do so, perhaps scrying might not be a bad idea. After all, from my understanding, they are from your circle. Anything of their item can help out with the scrying cell.
Let's see. The Dungeon Master needs to refresh himself on scrying.
Dungeon Master buffering, 1 second.
She's going to say, all attempts at scrying have failed in a way that leads us to believe that Zencia is either deceased, or not on Ilderon anymore.
My condolences, first of all.
Master Savannah is going to grab a glass from a nearby servant to Zencia as she drinks.
Well, Claw will grab a glass as well and hold a toast. Kind of more in solidarity than to the individual. Trying to...
Zencia will actually not drink. Or not Zencia. Keaton will not drink and say, until until the Risen or any of the blue contractors are able to recover a body, I won't drink to her death. I hope she'll come back and I can be free of this wonderful nation.
I'll try to see what I can find out. And I'll be sure to get back with you if I find any information.
She's going to nod. Master Savannah is going to say, at Keaton's statement, she's going to say, yes, I hope that this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience for you, Keaton. At that, she drinks again. Another is going to come. They are going to see Savannah, and they are going to ask for her autograph. At which case, Savannah starts talking about some of her most spectacled matches. Claude, do you leave or do you just stay and listen?
He'll leave.
Okay.
Kind of making a note for himself, writing down all he can, because my brain is.
All right. Next, we are going to handle Kenneth. Kenneth,
Yay.
you follow Lord Gekker Wakia and his ward
Wait.
Orayat, right?
What?
Or
No.
you
What?
did not. You went to talk to Fect Inspector.
Wrong person.
That one, yes. Okay, you want to talk to Fect Inspector. I am going to roll a die if she is doing anything of importance. She is going to be explaining to, let's see. I think this is what's fair. I will roll a D4 of how many D6s I roll of people around her. There are 6 people here that she's talking to. She says, I assure you, my pardon is authentic. Although it's only for the evening, and I have an Arcanist on call who will teleport me back to Galkin in the morning. I was just as surprised as you that I was invited here. Somebody is going to finish their drink, and as they do, Fecton's going to grab another from a servant, quickly hand it to him and say, please, keep drinking. The more you do, the better my studies. The man is going to laugh and say, studies! Kenneth, if you come without a cup in your hand, Fecton gestures for a servant. They are going to bring you a tray. There is a wine of probably five different colors of wine and different classes here. Fecton is going to say, join us.
I'll just take one and say thank you. Damn it, Rob.
At which point, she's going to say, alright. You are in Ardorian. She looks you up and down. Tell me if I'm wrong.
So this is for you, Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth is half a Lilmagian, so he looks a Lilmagian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing, though. I feel like Kenneth would have some sort of farmer's tan. As far as, still being somewhat darker on his arms, hands, and legs than his chest.
No, I got you.
And I'm just saying that from her perception check, she rolled a 26.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dang!
yeah, she's good. So she'll say Ardorian, I'll say, perceptive.
She'll
Half.
gesture to the drink and say, drink.
As he was taking a sip too after he said perceptive, I'm half, and then take the sip.
She'll say, you're young, so you have to have a reason to be in this country. Either hard for you to get work within the caste system of Ilonagai, so you're here as a contractor, or you're here to study. She's gonna bite her lip, and I'll roll her in evens or odds. Evens, she says contractor. Odds, she says study. 15, she's gonna say you're here to study at the university.
No.
She is going to pick up her chalice next to her and take a sip. A couple people
this
are
woman.
going to start laughing. And she's going to say, I'm fallible just as the rest of you all are. Stop your cackling.
Good try, though. Pretty close.
She's going to nod and say, so do you have a story? I'm sure everybody here would love to hear it.
Me? No, not much of a story. You're right, so I said you were right about me being sort of a traveler. I am here in the university. More as a semi-guard, but just watching over a friend.
She's going to say, our Dorian friend in the university. You're here following the princess.
I
A
said too
couple people
much.
are going to start whispering. Another one says, I heard she's here tonight. Guy speaks up.
I can either confirm or deny that.
Fecton is going to say, I heard the birthday party was all the rage. Her mother beheaded a man.
She did.
A couple people
What?
are going to say, oh, share. Fecton is going to speak up and say, well, it was, I do believe, the 21st of Noble. It was a cold night in Arderserai. All of the nobility had gathered, a rebellion brewing on their hearts and minds. Why, a half dozen of them stood up and shouted, took swords out at the magnate herself at her daughter's celebration. Said that they wouldn't stand for any more of the magnate's policies, welcoming demons into their courts. A very devil sat on their council. They attacked the magnate, and she defended off all 6 of them, killing their leader and sending the rest fleeing. People are going to go, oh. She would never have to worry about such a thing here. Why, our esteemed queen has the risen to protect her.
I love your story. It's so fantastic. I really wish it was like that. Instead of one guy trying to kill her daughter and her beheading him for betraying her. Takes a sip.
Fecton is going to look a little deflated and say, wait, what? I have it on very good authority. There were 6 of them. How would
No,
you
one
know?
guy.
Were you there?
I have it on very good authority that it was one man. And his head was cut off. That's all I'll say.
One of
After all, as you said, if I was there with the princess. I'm sorry, sometimes it came out wrong, Brandon, sorry. As you said, if I'm associated with the princess, of course I would know. She would have said something.
Fecton is going to say, I will have to adjust my recounting of the events. Maybe a compromise. 3 people.
Keep it realistic. 6 people seems a bit too much to take on her own. 3 seems fine. She can hold off. 2 shows off her skills. Keep the threatening of the daughter. That way, it shows a mother's strength to protect her daughter from these people that want to attack her and threatening her.
A woman's going to say, a mother's strength to protect her daughter, or a ruler's inability to keep control of their barbaric countrymen.
No, mothers. Because after all, After all, there are barbarians all over the place.
She's going to chuckle and say, "You'd be hard pressed to find something like that in a Luna guy."
Looks, tries to find Anderson.
Like literally in a torn shirt.
You would be surprised. You assume barbarians are these rough and tumble people, dirty-looking, big, muscular people, but I can assure you, a barbarian can look like anybody. Just a matter of how they handle themselves.
And
No, I'm pretty sure I
100%,
fit the description.
And the group is going to roll a history check. Or, you know what? I'll give it to him as investigation. Woo! 19! Okay. They're going to say, no. Besides, we can't pretend that Skies Reach is this upstanding pillar of civilization. I was on the Underwind Thoroughfare. The other night. 6 people murdered. The reason we're looking into it. I'm
Point.
going to say, that's the Ruby Shadow. They're everywhere. It's gonna say, wasn't the Ruby Shadow. I saw blood. The people are the investigators coming out covered in it. Whoever it wasn't clean. It was brutal.
Barbarish almost.
Barbarish, almost.
The woman's going to place a hand to her chest and say, well, I hope the Risen find them.
I hope so too.
We're digging our own grave.
Sort of that,
Becton's
like,
going to say,
very-
we're not here to talk about murdered people.
Like-
We're here for sharing stories. Please, everybody, drink. Merriment. At which point each person in the group is going to take a sip.
Take a step. Let's see. I don't think if Kenneth has any stories.
I was just thinking, I was like, she's like, oh, we're not here to talk about murdering people. Kenneth, I think most of your stories are like, and then Stradora started blasting.
So anyway, we just started swinging.
I'm trying to find the name. Ah, here it is. The story of Vake Calendar.
Does Kenneth share that one on the cliff sides of Marbleport?
God.
Said and get the freaking painting. Have any of you heard the tale about what happened on the cliff sides of Marbleport?
No, don't you dare.
I'm gonna say it is a DC 25 check for these people. I'm rolling.
Do it.
No. None. All of them are going to look towards you and say, "Fake." Ooh, did you say his last name?
No, I didn't say his name yet.
Oh, okay.
I've just said, have you heard about what happened in the cliffs of Marbleport?
Okay, yeah, they're gonna. No, what happened in Marbleport?
I was there and I met a man.
With interest.
I met a man who seems more like a legend. He goes by the name Vake Calendar.
I hate you.
I love this already.
That man, he's unassuming, but he is. It's hard to put into words. So, it happened so fast. But from what I remember, some thieves were running away with some supplies. Vake was looking for them, hot on their trail, and they ran away. I'm assuming because they heard he was on his way. So he rushes with them on horse with some companions. I happened to be there, so I joined in on the chase after finding out what was happening. I don't remember much. Most of this is secondhand, I assure you, but because fireballs were thrown at me, I was thrown off my horse. But the way they described Vake, it was the stuff of legends. There was a Arcanist on there slinging bolts of fire and lightning all over. But Vake was just easily dodging them, sniping them with his crossbow. Just taking them all out. There was even one young man who hopped from cart to cart, fighting his way through. And Vake was there to help him, sniping him, covering his back. They were like they were instantly in sync, almost like they were telepathically talking with each other.
I hate you.
It's worth noting that as Kenneth is telling this story, multiple people are leaning forward with interest. Fecton has pulled out a pad and started scribbling. Did you say Vake Calendar?
Vake Calendar.
Okay. Also, for Kenneth, this story has impact, but go ahead and also give me a performance check of like how well he like enthralls people. You know what? I'll do you one better. Give it to me with advantage.
I hope this turns out well.
No, I really hope it doesn't.
Oh, gods!
Only a 12.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Can I send an inspiration to him?
he already had advantage.
Damn it.
Okay.
Well,
does
as a
Kenneth
reroll?
go on and finish the story?
Yeah, I'll keep going. So as this young man is jumping from cart to cart, fighting his way through, Fate covering his back, there was another who decided to go ahead and try to cut him off at the pass. He was able to do so, but he ended up getting run over. He apparently was a companion to the other young man jumping cart to cart. As he made his way through, he finally reached the end and fought the assumed leader of these bandits. But he was outmatched. He tried to fight, but he just couldn't deal with it. Suddenly, Vake showed up. This man just shot after shot, covering this other guy, saving his behind. Punch, arrow. They just kept going, blocking back and forth. It was like a legend. I guess it's just hard to describe, but next thing you knew, the bandit leader was subdued. Everyone was captured. There are Risen members there who can cover and give you more details, but Vake Calendar, that man, something.
As you finish the story, Fecton is going to say, "Wow, that's a contractor. Wish my exile was pardoned for more than just one night.
I
This
heard
must
that.
meet me on the border."
See if you can find him. From what I remember, he was still in Marbleport.
She's going to nod and say, "I can't go to the city. I'm only allowed in Sky's Reach for the evening." In any case, a couple of people are going to chime in and say, "Calendar, that's the family name of the director. The field director."
Kenneth's gonna snap his fingers. It is. If they're related, that makes much more sense.
Is,
It's in their blood.
Those calendars.
Those calendars.
Heroes.
Right.
The
Sorry.
I
Breaking
absolutely
character
hate
here.
you.
Don't worry, let's go back for
Fecton's
Fedora too
going
when they
to-
find out.
Fecton's gonna raise a glass and say, "To the Sky
Oh,
Queen's
does he
good
shout
fortune
this?
and the Sky Queen's good appointments. May her grace
Right.
continue to lead us, or you all."
Here.
Everybody drinks. You know what, Kenneth? This stuff is powerful. Give me a Constitution save. I'm gonna say
Oh, boy.
you've only been drinking a little bit. DC 12 against tipsy.
Constitution. There we are. Oh shit! I forgot to
You
go
didn't have
to.
advantage. It's a
Yeah,
two.
I forgot.
Yeah, Kenneth, you are feeling the effects of this alcohol.
I'm a lightweight.
You're a lightweight, or Bess is giving you guys the good. In any case,
Por que no los dos?
was
Por
there
que no
anything
los
else you
dos?
wanted to say to Fecton?
Not too much. I'll just listen here to people regale tales. I'm kind of buzzed now, so I forgot what I was here for.
One.
Give me an intelligence check for Kenneth retaining information.
Yeah, let me find him. save or just roll straight intelligence?
Straight intelligence.
Okay.
There's just a little bit of something that we're missing.
I wish you had said
a little bit of
save.
something that, like, intelligence as an ability is missing. Like, we got history for things you know, but, like, I guess inferring is insight of trying to put things together. I don't know. Maybe I should have did it as insight, but it's fine as intelligence.
I wouldn't mind rolling one of the others that I have better scores in.
I'll allow the same roll as a insight check if you add your bonus to it.
Okay, this insight with my bonus.
You got a plus 10. The insight
Yes.
is gonna be
Yes.
So I'm taking the 9 you rolled, minusing
Aw.
your intelligence, and instead adding your plus 10. So it's an 8, but plus the 10. I mean, you actually did better.
Yeah.
So, Kenneth, Fecton, somebody keeps pressing Fecton about her exile, as it isn't really on any public records, and she finally answers it. She uses a lot of words, but you're able to put together the subject she dances around. She was specifically exiled from Ililnagai by order of Dila Winrona for illicit and improper studies at the university. Specifically, she tried to write her Peldith on the cultural mating practices of different, or of the mating practices of different cultures, and it was a participatory study, and Dila was not very enthused or impressed by it. That said, that is why Fecton roams the world now instead.
How do you do it? Please tell me more. I'm trying to write the Kama Sutra.
Wait, say that again?
No, this is out of character. She's trying to write the Kama Sutra.
Yeah, it is true. Yes, she has.
My
she has
God.
said that before. A lot of people don't consider Fecton's work true scholarship.
Jeez.
But all of that
Brock-
said, go ahead.
Brooks does.
Basically, it's like, how to fuck a monster 101.
My
No,
God.
it was more so arranging orgies at the university between students, and that was not why Dila established it.
Brooks missed out.
But that said,
Okay.
Fecton again deviates the conversation away from it and keeps prompting people in the area to share stories, drink, have fun, eventually growing wilder and more exuberant. Let's see. Oh, snapperdoodles! I shifted all my cards, but I've got it remembered. We didn't do Sergey and we didn't do Anderson, so I am going to roll evens Sergey, odds Anderson. Evens, and Sergey was talking to Tay and Emily.
Yes.
Okay, cool. And that brings Stradora back into the fold. Sergey, you go to talk to Tay and Enli. You notice them standing in front of a poet, listening to his poems, his lyrics. And you know, he'll give Nali Palias. That's really nice hearing a little guy. I'm not going to give them. But as you go to talk to Tay and Enli, you also see Bess beelining it towards these two, dragging Stradora with her. I'll say you've got a few moments of conversation alone with them before Stradora and Bess join you.
I'm gonna make the.
Tay and Enli's backs are turned to you.
I'm just going to just say Illyria to them. to get their attention?
They turn and they're going to say, Ilyaria, and the other one says, Ilyaria. They both nod. And
Right.
You're with the you're with Stradora. We didn't expect to see you here.
I didn't expect to see myself here either. How was your evenings?
Enley is going to say, wonderful. We've experimented with the metal that you gave us. We actually didn't need Bess's knowledge on the matter, but yet we are still here. But in any case, we can visit her scriptorium and perhaps extract other useful information for future projects.
I actually have a family member who's into the trade. May it be possible to purchase the notes you gained from such activity? Well, from this as sort of a birthday gift.
Enley is going to say, Bess makes people sign proprietary contracts. The knowledge we extract we can use, but we cannot share.
Fair enough.
Enley, Arte is going to say, well, we could share it. We would just have to make sure we've got everything we've needed from the scriptorium. And maybe the Bronze Scepter would be sued for all they're worth, but she shrugs. At that point, would it really be our fault? Or would it really be our concern? A big smile grows across her face. Enley starts laughing.
You're clearly referencing the... this is all out of character. They're referencing to why they're being investigated, aren't they?
No, I think they're just basically insinuating.
Yeah.
I think.
Go ahead.
I'm staying out of character.
I was gonna say, I think what they're saying is that, hey, we could actually totally steal the knowledge in that library. By the time the lawsuit figures itself out, we'll have already used it.
Yeah. You
Oh
guys
my-
players are aware that Tay and Enley do not like the rest of their guild. Their guild is under new management, and they don't agree with the direction it's taken.
Oh my god, am I implementing myself in some sort of coup now?
Well, it wouldn't be a Q or coup.
At this point, Stradora and Bess Quo are going to join. Bess joins the conversation with Stradora on her arms, and she's going to say, emissaries of the Bronze Scepter, I have to introduce you to somebody. Allow me to introduce Princess Stradora Drake Calendir.
I just want to give that, like... Oh. Not you again. Look.
At Bess.
No, at me.
Oh, at Stradora. Okay.
Yeah, at Stradora. Like, shit.
Tay and Enley are going to say, or Enley's going to say, we have a contract with her.
It's true. They're making me a hammer.
Bess is going to bite her lip and say, well, I thought that would sure to draw a smile from the both of you. Are you enjoying the entertainment? They're going to nod, Enley saying, it's quite nice. Tell me, when do we get to draw our contract for the scriptorium? Bess is going to say, at the end of the evening. Enley, or Tay, is going to speak up and say, I heard you used to fight in the director's. I heard you used to fight in the director's forces. It's strange that Ilonagai has a standing military now outside of the Sun Yet. Bess is going to say, did you come here for only the scriptorium and chasing curiosity? Or that's Enley's voice. Bess is going to say, did you come here only for the scriptorium and chasing curiosity? And
You
Tay's
served with my
going
mom?
to straight up. Straighten up. You asked that of Bess?
Yeah. Or who said who served with the director's forces?
Tay said Bess served with the director's
Yeah,
forces.
then yes.
She is going to nod and say, yes, before my father died. And she is going to shake her head and say, it was dark years. I really don't want to discuss it.
Oh, I wouldn't want to pry. I just hadn't realized.
It really just seems like everyone's just trying to get into the library.
Yeah. Enley is going to say, the council thinks that you worked so hard to collect a scriptorium to break some sort of fey deal. It happened in the Alyan Forest, didn't it? Bess is going to stomp her cane to the ground and say, ladies, again, I said I don't want to talk about it. If you wish for access to the scriptorium, I will grant it to you. Of course, under the certain contracts. Under the certain contracts that you've already agreed to. When you review them and you sign them at the end of the evening, an hour each for each of you to pour over the works that I've collected.
What how does the contracts work? Is it just for the time? Do you agree to certain information?
She is going to nod and say, I provide a special parchment. It dissolves in a day's time. It is enchanted so that whoever looks at, or only those who have signed the contract can see it. You have a limited amount, and you have a limited amount of time. You can copy what information you wish. You can try what you wish, or you can experiment with what you wish, and in a day's time, it dissipates. My father's work was not for the entire world to use. Why? I've thought about selling it, but it was his dying wish for it to be buried. Or I've thought about selling it and giving it away to a museum, but it's his dying wish for it all to be buried. I make a living just by giving away tiny pieces of it at a time.
So real quick, I apologize, Damien, just go. Is it so basically it's like you have like an hour, X amount of time, just.
Yeah, you have a certain amount of time and a certain amount of dissolving parchment. It degrades over time, so whatever you copy.
Okay. So you don't really have to like state like, oh, I'm here to research this. I mean, or that it's not binding.
Yeah.
What you're trying to research per se.
She is going to nod and say, as agreed upon in the contracts, though, individuals make it a point not to share any information they take from the scriptorium. It's effectively as good as burying it.
So what would you two be using your time to research?
Tay and Inley are going to speak up. Tay is going to say, there's strange elven magic never been before been applied to crafting, at least in any simple reduced methods. Enley is going to say, you might not understand it, but there are certain bonds on what we view as the physical plane. We want to explore those, tying certain ones to items, allowing items to loosen others.
Sounds like Rycraft. That's dangerous.
Tay's gonna say, what you say is dangerous is only misunderstood. or at least not fully comprehended yet.
No, I know. I guess that's the point of getting knowledge. I just, worry that you, I know, I guess that you don't want to get it too over your head. Dila has a dagger in her vault that my dad put there. A dagger that would be made by your kind of crafts. A thing that should never leave that vault.
Do they know of it? They'll roll history checks.
I'll also roll a history check just because
oh yeah,
I don't
Sergey
know.
is here.
Oh, I forgot you were here.
Oh my god.
I'm not trying to be mean. I legitimately forgot you were there.
Oh, the arrow gets shot right in the chest.
You get shot, you wait a bit, the adrenaline's going high, and then when it comes down, you're like, oh, I forgot that was there.
Alright. 13. Sergey does not know of it, but I remember what we're rolling for now, and Tay actually does. Tay is going to say, yes, the Ardorian dagger that killed a magnate. Not an easy thing to do, killing a magnate. Enlil is going to say, their skills are grossly exaggerated. Magnates are just people. People are good with swords, but just people. At that,
I once watched that magnate's brother stare down an entire room of Ardorian nobles. So, a culture entirely built on being good with a sword. So, I wouldn't underestimate the people. I would not underestimate a person designated to rule over a culture built on being good at swords.
Warfare is kind of the trade.
At that, Bess is going to nod and say, you'd be surprised what you can learn from Ardorians. Delightfully. Go ahead.
I've met the current magnate. I wouldn't want to fight her.
Sentiments on the current magnate. We're gonna do a politics check, a D100 for each of these. The higher, the better.
No, don't insult my mama-in-law.
It's like,
No, it's all.
no. Are
it's
they
all away.
Republican or Democratic? Let's find out.
Oh god.
Alright. So, two of Tay and Enlil are going to say, they're going to grimace. And they will roll a history check on how informed they are. Enlil is going to say, you met the current magnate? She gave a fourth of her country away to a demon. Enlil is going to say, I heard she sleeps with them, courts them in her own, courts them in her own ranks.
No.
I can see how that rumor could come.
I've met the demon, though, and that politics are difficult and complex. She sleeps with a man named Aura. He's regretfully human.
Regretfully human.
Damn.
That was a lot
going
to say.
to speak up and say, I'd be surprised to find out what substance there is to these rumors. I think there's much knowledge to be learned from demons.
You would actually, you and Fianna Ralla have something in common. You both have a library full of knowledge that you had access to. You're much nicer, though.
She is going to smile at that and say, aren't you a dear? At this, I am going to bring Anderson into the party because Anderson. You
Yo.
know what? Actually, let's jump to Anderson because I need to do something. Okay, Anderson.
Okay.
You are going to talk to what's his face? Lord Gekker Wakia. You follow him and his ward. They are talking to another. They are going to beat your passive perception as they're one has like their hand over their mouth and they're whispering back and forth. Oh,
Can I make an active as I do
yeah,
want
go for it.
Big money, big money, big money, big money. Oh, that's lower.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Eventually, you join them, and they're going to perk up and say, "Did they meet you? Did they get your name?" He's gonna just roll a history check.
Does he bother to remember?
And he's going to say, "You were with the princess. Did you give him his name because he would remember?"
I did not specifically give him my name.
No, yeah, you guys didn't.
We were just doing introductions with the host.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he was with us during that.
No, he was not. He'll tap a rag to straighten up. She will, and put her hands behind her back. Lord Gekker will say, "Oh, I hope you're enjoying this evening. Sarai activities are fleeting, but entertaining."
It's different than what I'm used to. Last party I went to, several people died.
He is going to nod and say, "That is one of the things I love the most about your lands, and why I choose to travel them. The faces change so often. Every visit, it's a different experience. Death, it is a thing very common in Cedel."
Especially recently, our lands are very close to death. With the giant gaping portal and everything.
Oraic is going to step forward and say, "Lord Rikia." He's going to say, "I'm sorry, those are my Allodorai sensibilities. It must be scary for you." Oraic is going to say, "I'm sorry about him. We're usually on our own."
It's fine.
Anderson and this dude just vibing like, yeah, people die.
I was like, no, people die. I get it. There's something about the rush between living the edge. That's why I came here as a contractor.
He's gonna nod and say, "I'll only meet my end if my skill should fail me and my opponent gets the best of me. But you walk towards a finality. There's respect to that, something that looms over you permanently, and yet you still pursue your lives. I admire that."
The bridge will take me when the bridge is ready. In the meantime, I will continue to test myself against the others.
Oraic is going to put her hand over her face and say, "How did I get invited to this place and get stuck with the two weirdest people here?"
You have no idea.
Just read Sergei's mind.
He's going to nod to Anderson and say, "Well, if you would excuse me, I have business to attend to with Bess."
I don't mean to pry. Can I ask what business you're here for? Persuasion,
he's-
maybe?
Yeah, he'll look at
Striking
you
a...
and say, "I'm gonna need a good reason." You can roll a persuasion check and give him a reason why he should share it with you. Before you go, or before you give your reason, I'm gonna give you an insight check for free.
Oh, okay.
This man is an adventurer, Anderson. when he asks for this reason, his hand is resting on his short sword as he looks at you with suspicion. There, as your brain puts together things and his brain is putting together things, you infer he probably thinks you're trying to steal his job.
Nah. You know, just really interested. You know, it's not often I meet a like-minded person as myself. Last job I had, I was on a bunch of carts. Got to drive one off of cliff, dropped that guy, jumped onto another cart, and took out another. Lots of fun.
Little one, do you have any dealings with the Shadow? I'm going to need you to be very clear with me.
Not that I'm aware of, though I've heard of him.
He's going to relax his hand and say, we're looking into ruins in the north, in the Shattered Lands. Some recent discoveries are having trouble dating some of the findings. Different arcanists with different theories of different eras that they came from. In any case, Bess has spent a lot of time in northern Illuminagai. She worked meticulously to collect her scriptorium. I think she might have knowledge that might aid us on this. If we can bring the knowledge to the Arcanists up there first, we get paid first.
No, that is interesting. Fortunately, my current job just has me sitting down here. Though I don't mind it too much, just with good company. But dreadfully boring.
He's going to put a hand on your shoulder and say, your life is short. Find something fun to spend it on. He's going to say, Arraic. He nods his head. He turns to Anderson and says, enjoy the rest of your life. He turns. And she's going to pause and say, he means evening.
Nah, it's fine. May yours be filled with glory. I'll turn and walk away, looking for Stadora.
Okay, well, it's funny that you say that, because he is beelining straight towards Bess, who is talking with Stadora, Sergei, Tay, and Minley.
I won't go all the way. Maybe I'll find a drink, but I want to mind link Stadora.
Okay.
Just kind of share what I found out.
Do you want to do that out of character, or just...
I'll do that out of character of just like...
Okay.
As I'm just like taking a drink, but I'm like close by.
Okay.
Can you
go
relay
ahead.
the details?
Hmm?
Can you relay the things that you learned?
Yeah, how he's looking for the runes. Names escape me so easily, like up north.
Oh, yeah, so
Yeah.
incidentally, if you explain kind of the whole runes, weird. It's also hard to date, and I'm like, oh, you're having issues with things seemingly being out of place of time, Mr. Mortland. If I can convey an angry tone through our mind link, there's angry tone through your mind link.
I went from the doghouse.
For Stradora and Sergei, Lord Gekker Wakia and Arraic join your circle. Lord Wakia is going to speak up first, bowing and saying, if I may interrupt, Lady Quo, he looks up to Bess and says, I fear that I was not at my most charismatic earlier. I've understand that I was not speaking your language. As you were right, this is a celebration, and I've done nothing to contribute to that. My ward and I were talking, and this is not an event for me. I assure you, though, that I am here on behalf of business, and I will leave her to enjoy the rest of it. But perhaps I have offerings upon which I can give you. Araic is going to move her satchel. And she pulls out several rolled up pieces of canvas, handing them to Bess. She unrolls a few and says, I heard you are a purveyor of fine arts. These are some of the finest depictions that my ward was able to make of our travels. Some of the wondrous sights that we've seen. Bess's mouth is going to open a little bit. And I offer you something even greater. Bess begins to smile and says,
Oh, God.
upon which she's going to say, her service. I can assure you of her discreetness, her ability to tackle any task you put in front of her. She was quite the find for me out on the road. And in return for expedient business, she will be all yours for the duration of the month.
Wait, what?
Bess is going to bite her lips and says, she drew these? Araic is going to nod. She's going to say, what other training do you have? She's going to say, mastery of history, ma'am. I also have comparable skills to an Arcanist attribution, although I never did attend a university. Bess is going to say, why not? She's going to shake her head and say, I lived way too far away. Family was never had the funds to send me on travels into the city. I studied on my own.
How do we discredit her?
Bess is going
That?
to tap her fingers and say, I'll consider it.
You studied on your own, like tinkering in a shack.
She is going to say, I learned much from those who traveled in to my village. I had a basic understanding of magic I was able to figure out, but every now and then an Arcanist would point me in a better direction.
Where are you from?
She is going to say, a small town northeast of Amirian. Henley is, or rather, Bess is going to say it doesn't have a name. She's going to shake her head and say, not one you would know.
Bullshit.
Maybe I might know. What is this name you speak of? I'm just curious.
Real quick, out of character.
Go ahead.
There's a Mirian, which first of all makes me feel odd, because that's the old. But there's old like, Amirian's a name that still sticks around, right?
I might be mistaken on that. I'm pretty sure the name of the town Lyra is in charge of is Amirian. I'm going to double check right now.
Where? There's a Mirian and there's like old Amirian, or is it the same thing?
So I am looking at the map real quick just to make sure I didn't give you guys the wrong thing. But yeah, there is the country Amirian is what used to be a Lil Nagai. I believe there is a city also called Amirian, which I am going to double check right now. And that city is is, let's see, May 31st. Is this my most recent Ilderon map? 710. This is my most recent Ilderon map.
You have a city called Emirian.
Yeah. And that's where Lyra Pramata. It is the capital of the Shattered Lands, and is the capital of the Shattered Lands. And it is the major trade. And I'm telling this because Stradora would know it. It is the major, one of the major towns along the trade route that runs through the heart of Ilildagai. There is a lot of traffic in and out of Emirian.
Follow-up question: where do the calendars live?
The Calendars live well south of Emirian, in a town of Marbleport. I can post.
No, the elders. No, so the grandparents. They don't live.
The elders. They live in. You know what? I don't know if I ever established where they lived. It would make sense for them to be in Emirian.
I think they are in Emirian. Or
yeah,
near
I
it.
think they are. So yeah, they are from Emirian. We'll just say that, just to make things easier.
My so to return to character, my grandparents live out that way, so I'm familiar with the territory.
Oh, I might also take a drink and do an investigation to make sure, like, to see if it's poisoned.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that investigation check. The woman is going to exhale and say, it is called Nye Valley.
I guess I'll give a history check. See if I've heard of the place.
Yeah, I should also probably do a history check.
Nope. I don't know shit.
Let me think real quick what DC I'm gonna put it on for Sergey.
Yeah.
See, the hard thing is you already rolled, and I don't want that to influence my decision. I'm gonna say hard, and that you don't get a 13.
Okay,
I'll
fair
give
enough.
it to Bess, and Bess is going to roll a 2, and at which point she's going to say, "Yeah, you're right. I've never heard of it." And Araic's going to say, "As I said, it's out of the way."
Still a little weird that you wouldn't just come out and say it. I mean, what, are you ashamed of where you're from? Not everybody can be from, Marbleport or Ard or Sarai or, name a big town.
She's gonna say Sky's Reach.
Art.
Touche.
But
no, that just kind of makes me think of the Brooklyn Nine-Nine meme, just like, I'm a nerd. It's just like, really? It's like, I play Dungeons and Dragons. Like, name one thing in Dungeons and Dragons. Dragons and Dungeons. It's like, that's on me. I set the bar too low.
Yeah.
But getting back to the poison question, is the drink poison?
No, it is
You
not.
feel your
poison.
tongue start to numb.
Okay, I'm glad that it's not poisoned.
Bess is going to put a hand forward and say, "Well, you can consider yourself employed then. Stick close for the evening, and I want you to see what contracts we draw up and we make. As people are often chomping at the bits to get to my father's knowledge."
Out of character.
Do we?
Hear me out. We
Go ahead.
changed the plan to murder.
Murder.
And
Wait, would
I'm almost on board because we've clearly failed at this task.
Lord Gecker is going to say, and we can expedite our business. She's going to nod and say, "I have risen members on reserve in the back of the room. take Oraic, and you two can draw up the contracts with them, and she'll serve as my intermediary. Lord Gecker is going to nod and say thank you, and again, thank you for the invite. I'm sorry for my lack of charisma earlier. At which point she's going to shake her head and say, well, and Lord Gecker is going to walk off. She's going to say, well, there goes one of my guests for the evening. I thought having a prominent Elodorai here would inspire courage, awe, even excitement.
That's okay. I have told the tale of Bait Calendar.
Does he hear from a distance? You did what?
It's gonna be great when Anderson hears people talking.
Oh, Strador's basically just gonna sit there and rub her hand on her face. I wish I could get drunk.
I borrow that drink you have. Can I borrow your water skin?
All right. I'm going to.
We failed, and we failed hard.
I'm going to truncate the rest of this roleplay. I will give you guys one more opportunity. Your goal was to run off unsavory people who were prying at the bits for Bess's knowledge. Tay and Inley were two people that wanted the knowledge, but they no longer need it. Which probably means your targets were Gecker and Oraic. All four of the individuals are still here at the party. Is there anybody, or is there anything you guys want to do to try and run them off before I go through the rest of the night, which is dinner, laughing, talking, seeing more entertainment?
I mean, short of pulling out my axe and embedding it in the back of one's head, not really.
Cap's forehead.
Sure. Mental link.
Take my water skin. Poison Bess.
That might not be a bad idea.
Okay.
Wait.
I'll come up and do like the side
Wait,
pass.
what's your stealth, Anderson?
I really just got to rely on
I'm not
invisibility.
gonna allow that transfer of information because this is a conversation between Sergey.
Between those
not
two.
Sergey, yeah,
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're not involved, but really, it's not a matter of my stealth. It's more of I'm just gonna heavily rely on invisibility.
Okay.
As I take a water, as I come up and just like take the water skin, or I don't know if you want to like see.
I mean, you could just like
Try to
act
hand
casual,
pack
and
it.
I could just kind of give it to you.
Yeah, no, just come up and talk. Grab your water skin. Some offhand comment about like I'll go refill it for you. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Cast invisibility.
Okay.
Which would be her spot? Do I know? Like, are they assigned seating, or is it like kind of buffet style?
For Bess, yeah, I would say it's man, an affair like this, no, it's buffet style, but servants are bringing food to people. So yeah, I would say she does have an assigned seat. There is definitely a head table, and I would say most of the people I introduced are sitting at this head table by the time dinner is served. Is that when you're going to make your plan to poison her?
I was going to like see if I could poison her a little before everyone got settled, just because it would make things easier for me.
Okay.
Because like it would be weird if like you're just sitting down and all of a sudden you just hear like pouring water like from nowhere.
I am going to roll you a check. The table is set where Bess would be sitting. It is unlikely that there's anything in their cups right now, but this is a fancy affair. There might be like a cup of water also here or something like that.
Is the poison I have colored? Or is it
the
clear?
Poison you have colored. Okay, lots of checks. Is it clear? I'll give you a 60% chance on that. 1 through 60, it is clear. No, I'm going to give you an 80% chance on that, because this is ingested poison, and it's easier if people can't detect it. So 61, it is clear. Next, I'm going to say, is there a filled cup on the table at Bess's seat you can pour this into? I am going to say 40% on that. 1 through 40, yes. Higher than 40, no. 1, literally 1. Yes.
All of them are filled.
There is a cup. Now, when you are invisible, you cannot be seen, but you are not instantly unnoticeable. You still
Yeah, like I can still be heard.
So if you want to do this, I'm going to say you're going to have to give me a stealth check.
With advantage, right?
Yeah, I'll allow it with advantage, but I'm going to see if the spell invisibility actually gives you any bonuses to it.
I don't think so.
Yeah, in some editions,
think-
it used to give like plus 20.
I'm not seeing anything on the spell thing.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and give me a stealth check with advantage.
As soon as I can find my
Believe.
stealth.
Would you like me to roll it for you?
No, I found it.
Okay.
Oh,
Alright.
God.
Alright. I'm going to say anybody trying to notice you is going to have to roll active, as you are invisible and there's lots of stuff going on here. So that's the decision to pour it in Bess's cup.
Yeah. What? And our partners. Hedge bets. Oh, wait, no, he left. Yeah, no, just bets. Or just her cup.
Okay, so the person you're poisoning is the person throwing the affair. Best Flow is throwing the affair. You're not poisoning Araya. You're poisoning Best.
Oh, I thought I was poisoning Araya.
No, you're poisoning Bez.
No, Rob told you to poison Bess. You are poisoning
did.
the right person. You thought the right person's the wrong person.
Yeah, no.
I am correct.
I mean,
You are
I'll
doing
trust
the right
Fedora's
thing
judgment.
accidentally.
It would be so Anderson to poison the wrong person.
It would be. No, it's just like, you know what? Just no one drink the drinks. I'm just gonna hedge bets. I poisoned all of them. No.
It's just like you just walk back up to Shador and it's like, don't worry, I poisoned.
It's literally
her.
Crunk. It's just Crunk. I
Like-
don't know which one's which. Don't drink.
Don't drink
poison.
the water. No.
Alright.
No, if I have a solid idea of like who's drinking who, it's like yes, I will target the one that Stadora told me to because I trust Stadora. And I assume the plan, like, this is probably not deadly, and it's just probably going to make her very sick for the rest of the night.
Okay, I'm gonna give everybody else the same opportunity, so this is what you're doing in this time. You guys were told, again, to run off the people who really wanted to get access to Bess's library. So far, there have been 4 individuals you've learned who want access to the library. 2 of them don't care. 2 of them are really interested. All 4 of those people are still here. Does anybody want to try anything else to try and run them off before I truncate the rest of this roleplay?
Try something. Granted, it's maybe a little bit backstory related, but it's worth possibly trying to run off 2 people.
Okay. Oh, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna try to get well, I'm gonna ask Tay and Enli about possible apprenticeships for.
Okay, we're getting close to our session in time.
Yeah,
So,
if you want to basically
what is your end goal with this? And then I
try
can
to
have
get
you
my
make
sister
a-
basically apprenticeship with the Bronze Scepter.
Okay. I mean, that's something you can do. I don't know how much that contributes to your guys' goal. Go ahead and roll
Yeah,
your
no,
persuasion check.
it's like I'm just trying to chew up time here, just keep them distracted for as long as possible.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check. They'll send somebody. I will get you that information next session.
All right then.
All right.
I
And
am actually glad that worked.
again, does anybody else want to try anything before I move us forward?
There's only 2 things I can think of. Is one to use divine sense on near Arath.
Right. Uraic?
Yeah, the ward.
Okay.
And then just to pester the holy shit out of her.
Okay.
We're talking rapid fire questions, like, so he said he found you out on the road. Where exactly on the road? If you couldn't afford to travel, then why were you out on the road? Like, what information are you actually looking for in the town? Looking for in Pesco's library that you can't find in a normal library. If he's gonna have you be her servant for a month, aren't you needed to go in the library to do what exactly? Transcribe things? You know, things don't last that long when they get out of the library. Like, really, what's the deal here? Here, why were you hiding where you're from?
Okay, how about, this is weird. I was gonna say give me a charisma check, and we want to get as low as possible, and I'll allow you to minus your charisma, but instead, just roll me a charisma check, and this is weird. The better you are at this, the less charismatic you are.
Basically, a nat 20 in this regard actually means I'm odious as shit. Do you want to what do you want? Just charisma, like a d20 plus my charisma mod, or is it a
Yeah.
persuasion, intimidation of some sort?
Well, and see, that's the thing. I don't think you're persuading her. I don't think you're intimidating her. You know what?
I'm not. I'm annoying her.
Performance. You are performing
Okay.
an annoyance.
That ain't terrible.
Okay.
Could be better. Could be worse. 16's a solid number.
So you follow her around and ask incessant questions about her interest in the library. Things are definitely not going to add up, as she is going to tell you, her.
Oh, I did throw in a divine sense.
Yeah. By the way, I thought I mentioned this when I introduced her. She is shattered. She is a tiefling.
Oh no, you didn't.
Okay. I am sorry about that. Yeah, she is shattered. That said, asking her question after question after question. Give me that performance check one more time. I'm gonna give you, I'm going to give you advantage on this, so just give it to me one more time. I'm taking the high.
Okay. Would you like the 16 or the 16?
I think I'll take the 16, as she is
No. You should go with the 16.
finally going to turn away from you and say, and very quietly whisper to you, and she's going to say, "Look here, Runt, I don't give a rat's damn about your station or who you are or why you got in here. You better stop pestering me like a fly or you'll find yourself squashed. You hear me?"
Oh boy.
What was that? You're gonna squash me like what?
She smiles and
No, that was loud.
no, she is going. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's going to smile and say, "Now run along, princess."
I
So
going.
You didn't answer any of my questions. Because let's get one thing straight here.
Oh,
I may be in a dress, but you couldn't handle it.
She's going to. I need to roll a check for her. The higher the check, the more she lets her personal grudges get and interfere with things. She's going to exhale and say, "I don't need to handle you. You disappeared before the night was over."
You and what army? You gonna send
Points
Ruby
around.
Shadow assassins after me?
She points around and says, "You think these are friends in high places? I've got friends in higher."
Exactly where?
She's going to smile, tilt her head, and say, well, you're not going to goad me into giving up that information. Why, information around here, it sells, it's lifeblood, it's protection, it's everything.
Right. But see, the funny thing is that, you have to buy the information. Oh, you won't give up your friends in high places, but you need them to actually be useful, don't you? I'm useful all the time.
She's,
I really suggest you leave.
She is going to shake her head and say, I can't. My contractor has given me gainful employment, on which I must fulfill it. If you'd excuse me.
How much are you getting paid?
Nice.
She is going to look you over and say, you can't pay me what I'm getting paid.
Try me.
This is interesting. She is going to lean down and whisper into Stradora's ears. As a dungeon master, Rob, I am aware of the things you put on the survey. She is getting paid in obscene things from people that Stradora has never heard of.
When we say obscene things,
it is enough to make Stradora blush. And
that's what she means by obscene things.
She is going to be a part of a very prominent family. At which point, she will smile and say, like I said.
Right. I'm a little too young for that. So, that's nice. That's fine. I do hope you enjoy being the least favorite trophy wife in your family.
Least favorite. Rob, give me...
Oh my god.
You're shattered, honey.
Check.
Why do I need a performance check? Oh. Man. There goes my 16 streak.
I want to give you a...
I have inspiration, but it's not worth it. I'm just padding the runtime of the recap I'm never gonna do.
Oh.
Yeah, so Stradora, as you say that and you go to explain, your senses all shift for a moment as the room spins. Very quickly and prominently, she smacks you across the face. You're going to take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as your face, your head kind of just like shifts and,
I was worried that it was magic. Taking everything.
You insufferable whelp!
Me? You just hit me. If you're gonna hit me, you at least have the decency to challenge me to an honor duel. But that would require you having honor.
A couple people are going to take notice of this, and I'm going to see if anybody prominent enough does. Does she have a sword? I don't think she uses a sword. Let me look at her character card again. She is. Oof. Stradora, she's going to move a fold of her fabric back of her dress. At her waist, you can see not only does she have a dagger, she has several small vials there, and she's going to say, you and I duel, you won't move for a very, very long time.
I'm sorry. I'm internally laughing at the threat of being poisoned as a Drake.
Yeah.
You came to the wrong fight, bitch!
I think at this point, before things can escalate any...
But are we going into combat?
No. I think there are, rather the stewards of the Flame Seeker's Hearth is going to walk up to the both of you and say, both of you, calm down, weapons away.
I have no weapons.
She's going to move her dress, letting it fall
I
back.
literally have no weapons.
You know the best part is that we just poisoned the host's strength, and she just showed that she had poisons.
Oraic is going to, or Gecker is going to say to Oraic and say, Oraic!
The steward's there, it's like, sir, that woman has vials, and she very clearly insinuated that they were poison.
The woman is going to grab her dress, kind of fluttering it back into place, and Stradora, as more people kind of take a notice, Stradora, I'm going to say you got a red mark across the side of your face.
Worth it.
More and more people start watching this, and she's going to say, I'll take my leave. Gecker is going to shake his head and say, can't put the city in the girl. He turns and says, Princess, I'm sorry. Allow me. Does he know healing magic?
I'm gonna stop him and just be like, it's fine. The next time, though, I would do a better background check and get somebody with a better backhand. This has already healed over.
Oh my god. I know you've been savage in the past, but...
I've been hit harder by worse.
He's going to look at her as he leaves and say, this matter with Bess I'll attend to in the morning. I'm going to go comfort her. He's going to nod and say, so again, sorry for ruining your evening, Princess. Enjoy the rest of your life.
Illyria, enjoy the rest of yours.
Think at this.
No, at some point I would have gone back to the bathroom, uninvisibled myself, and came back out.
A couple people are going to rush over to Stradora, especially Light Rashia, and she will heal you. People are trying to comfort Stradora, see what happened, why she attacked you. But hey, not bad. Calling her a hussy.
She is!
I know, but... Damn!
In the end, we bumbled our way to victory.
Well, no, I just finally took the gloves off.
She had a few traits. She was annoyed by nobility, any sort of nobility. Her favorite sin was lust, and her current mood was annoyed and not very satisfied with her current place in life. And it's like, yes, I'm moving up. It's like, you're not moving up. You are gonna be somebody's hoe. It's just like, how the fuck dare you?
You know, I wish I like hindsight's 2020 is like, damn, I maybe could have thought of something, but yeah, I'm not good at this.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm just accepting that, and
I ended up making friends with like the dude. It's just like, I guess this is the Anderson way, though. Just overly friendly boy.
The rest of the night is going to go on pretty well. Most everybody has a good time until dinner best passes out, unfortunately.
Oh no. Did she have too much to drink?
It is rather sudden, and you know what? I'll roll
Well, Nora, didn't you say that woman had poison earlier?
She did. She did have poison.
You know what? I'll say, as this happens, Anderson, just roll me a deception check. I'll allow Stradora to give the help action if you want, or Stradora.
Can I have
roll
advantage?
one, too.
Yeah, I'll give you the help action.
And that will just.
Fuck yeah!
Go team!
Maybe that lady was an assassin planted here. Maybe Gecker can't even be trusted. What a weird turn of events.
Wow!
Okay.
Wait, that was a fourth quarter comeback if I've ever seen one, boys.
So, you all are able to enjoy the rest of your night. As the party quiets down and people are going their separate ways, when Tay and Inley are reunited with their stuff, they also have finished Stradora's hammer. They say it was a pleasure to craft, and they hope that you do business with them in the future.
How much do I owe them?
Oh, you know what? Let's do it as they said, anywhere up to 200 gold. I'm going to say 100 plus 1d100. 140 gold.
Oh, hey, I have exactly 143 gold. Boom.
With that, you can add the cold iron hammer to your inventory. It is a normal normal warhammer, but it is made of cold iron.
Oh, it's a warhammer.
Wasn't that what you asked them to craft?
You know, I wasn't specific, but in my brain I imagined it was the simple version. But a warhammer is fine.
Okay.
So wait,
then...
like just a regular hammer?
Oh, you know what? They wouldn't have enough metal for a warhammer.
That's why I was assuming it was the smaller hammer.
Yeah. It's gonna be the small hammer. I'll have to look in the book what the name of it is.
Yeah, I'll double check.
But yeah, you can add that to your inventory. And then for everybody else tonight, Kenneth has inspired a story. I don't think...
I hate you, Kenneth.
I don't think anybody else acquired anything from...
You can make more money by selling that picture now.
Learn that the entire Lonergian part of a elvish marriage circle just disappeared overnight.
Oh, yeah, you learned that, but you didn't acquire anything.
I didn't
like
acquire.
the wackiest assassins.
Yeah. That said, the rest of the night proceeds pretty dully, or not dully, I guess, entertainingly, but your character's interest in it is done. After meeting back up with Tay and Inley, you guys are able to go to sleep for the evening, heading back to your various places of rest. And I think we will... Gosh, I could go for another hour, but I am going to introduce the next scene and then we'll end on this. As everybody is drifting off for the night of the 39th, or for the night of the 38th, each person is going to individually fall into a state of unconsciousness. unconsciousness.
I don't like how you say unconscious.
I don't like that phrasing either.
Yeah, neither do I.
Well, I mean, you each drift off into sleep.
Yeah, well, that's a lot different than
Okay.
a state of unconsciousness.
Yeah.
However,
Well,
Fedora.
Oh no, I was
Oh,
worried
God.
you'd say this, Fedora.
You feel yourself reconstituted.
That's also
A-
not a good phrase.
No, it's not.
Anything.
a fog composing itself to form your body. Whatever this is, you can't completely manifest here. It's your connection to this place is strenuous at best. For all intents and purposes, I want you to roll two. Go ahead and roll two hit die and subtract those from your maximum HP, subtracting your Constitution modifier for each one. Just for now, just put it under your temporary HP while you're in this place.
So 2d10.
Yeah. You are in some sort of dark forest. As you manifest here, a cloak manifests around your body, too. You are not wearing anything else, and you have nothing else of your items with you. As the fog finishes forming, you fall to the ground in this forest. There is this green mist all around you. Ever so often, one or two other people are forming, the cloaks forming around them, hoods up just like yours, the cloak fluttering onto their forms. They walk through this mist through the forest. It seems that hundreds, if not thousands, of people are gathering as you hear voices from up ahead.
Okay.
Panda, are you here?
Yes, what's up?
If you have been listening, the same experience is going to happen for Aurora. As she is drifting off to sleep this evening, she eventually feels herself waking up in some sort of dreamscape. Her body is formed out of some sort of fog, and you are in this dark forest. Except you recognize this forest. This is the same forest where all of those elves chased you at. You are somewhere much deeper within it, of those spiky green brambles of trees and the mist rolling between all of them, covering out the sky. Hundreds of other people are meeting here, possibly thousands. Cloak forms around you, and people are walking deeper into the forest. Eventually, as you both walk into this forest, there is a clearing upon which there is a stone well, or a stone fountain. The fountain has several different statues supporting it, as water runs over the sides and into the lower basin. A stage has been built around it, and 10 different women walk across it. Do I have them on this list? I do not, but I will get them on here next week. A woman is going to hold her hands up, quieting the crowds of hundreds of people here, and she is going to say, "Daughters of Gindwai, we've come. The final hours are upon us." People are going to stop and listen. I can go for another 40 minutes if you guys want to keep playing. This is our session time. We can end here if you guys want.
I don't have to work tomorrow, so I'm fine continuing.
I'm
I
fine
feel
to continue too.
I feel biased because this is the part you warned us about that probably would be primarily me. So
Yes.
I would rather hear everybody else's opinion because, again,
Matt
biased.
E, where you at?
I have a conflict of interest.
I have no sway either or, so I am going to put my vote as a
Yeah, I
0.5
feel
on
like
each
if
side.
we get through this tonight, then next session we can be back to like full party stuff. Matt, how do you feel? Matt is muted. I'm gonna
Sorry,
assume
I
he's
had to step away for a second.
Okay. Matt, we were considering playing for another 40 minutes to power through
Oh,
this.
go ahead.
So
I
next
am
session-
more than willing to go for another 4 minutes.
Okay, cool beans.
Honestly, I could go for another 2 hours.
If only. Okay, so there is a woman on the stage addressing everyone.
God.
Panda Aurora is going to recognize this woman as Yandel. She was the spooky lady who drowned.
This is like I'm back to.
Yeah, the other people. For Stradora, you just recognize there is a elven woman with very dark skin talking to these crowds of people. As people quiet, Ayandel's going to speak up and say, "Those who have asked for wealth have been given wealth. Those who have asked for status have been given status. Those who have asked for power have been given power. All of my promises made have been promises kept to each and every one of you. There are those among you that are faithful to our cause, and there are those among you that are here for your own interests. In either case, all of you have a debt to pay in exchange for what was asked. For those of you who have served us, you will be rewarded. For those of you who have yet to pay, please step forward and talk to your regional advisors for the new tasks to be handed out to you. You are expected to disseminate them amongst your followers to make sure each and every one of them is taken care of, as the mist will spread tomorrow." Different people are going to mummerly or organize in lines and start lining up between 8 of these 10 ladies.
I feel like I'm in some kind of weird business conference. Please meet with your regional managers so that we can discuss sales goals for the next quarter.
Yeah, and also who's getting promoted and fired.
Also, I don't know who my regional manager is.
Yeah. Stradora, as people are shuffling around you and you're not moving, a couple people are going to kind of look over at you before finally somebody is going to bump into you and say, "Stradora?" Turning and looking at this woman, you are going to notice Alarith. The name doesn't immediately come to your mind, but Stradora would be familiar with this woman. She works with your mother. You actually saw her the other night in your house.
You're the betrayer. I'm sorry.
Do you shout that?
No.
She's going to.
I'm going to need context later.
She's going to lean down and say, "What are you doing here? These people are dangerous."
I don't know how I want to answer this.
Did you? Oh, by Lilia's name, did you drink?
The dark water? Yeah.
She bites her lip and says, "Your mother would kill you if she knew you were here. What? Why did you join?"
I didn't so much join as curiosity got the best of me because you took my girlfriend.
Roll me Roll me a stealth check. You can add your charisma instead of your dexterity.
Make that a 9.
Okay. She is going to say, "Took your what? I did nothing of the sort. I can get you out of here." And she's going to look around and say, "Keep your voice down."
No. I need to... I want to know more.
She is going to shake her head and say, "It starts with curiosity. But whatever you ask, you're going to end up deeper than you want to be. Take my advice and let's just leave now."
Already pretty deep. I have a feeling you know how deep I am.
She's going to exhale and nod and say, "What did they promise you?"
Nothing. I don't think they know I drank.
She points to the woman on the stage and says, "That woman's name's Ayandel. She leads this circle. She can command these waters. She can remove them from you. If I go and tell her you're some urchin who stole the gift from someone else, perhaps you'd take it back and you'd be free of this place."
Or perhaps she'll strike me down, and then you have to explain that to Mother.
She shakes her head and says, "No, she's kind to Sarai."
Yeah. So, what you're telling me is that you have a magnanimous
Fedora.
elf.
I forgot to mention, looking on the stage, you can vaguely make it out from under one of the cloaks. Oswandria is on the stage.
Oh, I'm gonna act up.
Oh boy.
It's fine. Composure. Composure. Strength. That's not my girlfriend. That's just, it's a doppelganger. It's a doppelganger. I'm gonna come full circle and stab her. So you're telling me that your magnanimous elf leader has a keen eye for the safety of Sarai, but just happens to ask you to do things that are kind of dangerous from time to time.
She is going to nod and say, "She's protected thousands. That's the purpose of tonight's meeting. After everybody's given their new orders, we'll be given a way to protect ourselves from what's coming. Protect those close around us." She's going to shake her head and say, "If you're here for your mother, you don't have to worry. I'll make sure she's not affected."
I'm here for Osandria.
She looks up and says, "Seems they have the vessel." Eventually, people are formed into their ranks. The people who haven't received orders yet are getting them on the opposite side of the stage, leaving a thinner crowd. Here, Ayandel is going to step back up. Panda, while all of this is happening, what's Aurora doing?
That's a very good question.
Is she just standing and watching? Because she's going to be kind of in a similar situation as...
I think she's kind of just observing what's happening and trying to figure out what is even going on.
We should form a tag team.
Okay.
Honestly.
Yeah. So Ayandel is going to speak to everybody here again and say, our vessel is within our vessel is within our care now, and tomorrow, and we've already begun changing the entire face of Ilderon as we know it. And tomorrow, the mist will consume the inner sea. Some may spread to the shores of your lands, in which case, as all of you are under my care, I shall ensure each of you are protected. There are going to be another group that are walking around with bags. As they do, they go through this crowd, handing them a small object out of the bag. As they get to Panda, Aurora, and eventually Stradora, and eventually Alea Wreath, they hand you a flower with a scroll tied around the edge of it, or tied to the stem of it. She's going to say, "This is a special plant grown only in these lands of Ayanda Lori. It can consume the mist growing off of it. If planted in the right soil with the right alchemic mixture added to the soil, the plant will will make a small field around you that will consume any mist that gets close. You and those you care about, if kept close, will be spared. 20,000 souls must be given tomorrow, and 20,000 souls will be reaped. This is a cost we cannot avoid, but when divided amongst all of us," she is going to nod and say, "will not come from those who we wish to protect. For that, you have my word." At which case, she's going to look to Oswandria, and I wonder if she's obliged to give people any more information about what's going on. I'll roll her a percentage check. Yeah, you guys are probably in the dark about stuff. And she's going to say, "I'm sure you've all wondered what all of our work all around the world has led to." She's going to gesture towards Oswandria and say, "Our god, our leader, the one who banishes blindness, was banished himself from this realm. We have a vessel powerful enough to contain the soul of a god, born of this world, of this realm, that can inhabit it, welcoming back Ginduai into our realm. With it, we usher in a new era of Ilderon, one where the gods cannot simply ignore the needs of us mortals. Ones where we're not prisoners to their whims. Ginduai will shatter the barricades that the wills have put up around us, will shatter the barricades of the Four Ascended. Once again, our fates will be our own to claim. A couple people are going to start cheering before finally it erupts into a chant of, "We welcome the sight, we welcome the sight, we welcome the sight." She is going to nod and again raise her hand, and people are going to quiet down. At which case she's going to say, "On each of your notes, or on each of your flowers, are attached a note the alchemical compound you'll need to mix and plant the flower in. Do so and you'll be safe tomorrow. The mist has already started spreading. The ritual done in the inner sea. By tomorrow night, it'll be visible on every horizon. Soon, we welcome a new day in Ilderon. With that, she's going to turn over her hand. People closest to her, their forms of mist are going to start fading away. One by one, people begin dissolving. Alearith is going to look at Stradora and say, look, as she wraps her hand around Stradora's and says, just plant this. Take you and your friends and huddle close to it. And please, please don't get involved with these people any more than you have to. And she is going to grab the back of Stradora's head, bring her in for a hug, just kind of pressing Stradora's face against her neck, and then she dissolves. It's only a moment later before Stradora does too. Finally, eventually, Aurora does also. Stradora! You wake up on the morning of the 39th of Noble. Clutched in your hand is a black lily. There is a small note attached around it. You don't remember going to sleep with it, but your dream comes to mind. And how about we pick up here next session?
Yay! I have 24 hours to stop an apocalypse.
Yay! We're all about to die.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. Okay, I'm definitely not going to get saved in this.
I don't know,
So,
Sonora has it, though.
time
Like,
to-
the party might be saved, but, you know. This is still some heavy shit. How do we
So-
stop the apocalypse again?
I know.
Yeah.
Man, Effie, it's almost like we were right.
All right, let's do experience for tonight. Let's see. You guys successfully stopped the daughters from gaining access to Bess's library. Oh,
Through, like, the most roundabout way, but yeah.
Yeah.
well, hey,
Well,
it works.
I say roundabout, and then we just decided to go fuck it and went direct.
A successful job is a successful job.
Yeah.
Claude,
I think my favorite part is when we poisoned her and then convinced them that it was.
E, I'm gonna give you experience if you can try and guess what happened to Zencia, the arena organizer. She just mysteriously disappeared one day. It's not like
Oh my
that's
god, is she
happened.
the one that got drowned in the dark water?
No.
I was going to say either they somehow got. This is technically both. I'm going to assume that she got merged with this Daughters of Gendawai cult. Or somehow they're all now become different shadows. And then just a bunch of doppelgangers now.
I'll give you minor experience for it, but yeah, women in Alil Nagai, specifically Sky's Reach, have been going missing like crazy. What else happened tonight? Stradora, you drank the dark waters, and Aurora drank the dark waters too.
Yes, the soul stealing water.
Hello?
Soul stealing water, but also this is how they've been communicating with people, their entire faction across the world. You guys are now a part of their the end of their conversations. They've been more generous with the gift lately because they haven't been sharing nefarious things.
I am killing that woman.
Anything else major that happened tonight?
I was about to test if I
I
could
got
summon
here.
Stormbreak to the dark water.
Hey,
Um,
welcome, beautiful.
I was going to state, Stradora outright calling a Shannon a whore in front of.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'll give Shadora.
That was great.
I'll give Shadora inspiration for that at the end of the night. Oh, you guys
What
found
about
out who
Anderson?
the mole was, Alarith.
Yeah,
Do we
that's why I'm gonna murder her.
do we get any XP for Anderson successfully poisoning the host?
You know what? I'll
Um,
give you guys.
You did
inspiration
what?
For that.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, no, he did that.
So
let me-
it was
How
around-
dare you poison someone without me?
Let me.
I
add up
mean,
all
in
of
my
this
defense, it was
experience,
Tadora's idea, and Anderson just executed it.
and then we will be good.
You should have just had me cook for them.
3,000 experience for.
That was a
tonight.
catered event.
Panda. You can
Yeah.
add in. I'm gonna give you 750 for the storyline tonight for your character. But I'm also gonna give you an additional 250 for just showing up and being patient. Sorry, it took longer than I thought to get to that scene. So I'm gonna say
It
1,000
is
experience for
fine.
Aurora tonight if you wanna add that to her shooting boost. ahead.
Never underestimate the power of a player's ability to faff around.
Never
I
underestimate the power of
appreciate you
me
more than
being
you know.
bored.
Yeah, I kind of expected you guys to do a little bit more in the Dark Waters, but it was like a really foggy, ethereal place, so I didn't go into big description. But
I'm not sure what to do there.
yeah, that's
That caused a
fair.
ruckus.
Thank
Commit
you,
murder.
everybody, for watching. You can come join us in chit chat and Discord, but I'm going to end the stream. Enjoy your night, everybody. Bye.